What's going on, guys? Hope everyone had a wonderful Saturday. You know, that it's been good. Okay. I've been busy, all right? Been doing a ton of stuff today. Unfortunately, none of it has been has been anything art related. Just crunching numbers in all of its glory. So we're gonna get right into it. We got to finish off, at least get this ready to mold tomorrow. Even if it's here in the studio, I've decided I am gonna mold this on stream because I think it's important you guys see how we can do an Ultra Cal mold. So ideally, by the end of today's stream, at least have this ready to start throwing some Ultra Cal on it. If not, at least getting it ready so that we can make sure that we have time to do it tomorrow. But depending on how quick it goes, since we got most of it done yesterday, we just have to do some stuff with the lip, eyes, and nose. We might even get into some teeth painting today. Depends on how long I'm feeling good about it, right? So, cool. All right, guys. Let's get into it. So, we already filled in a lot of this. We just have a bit more that we're going to fill in now, okay? Oh, and because I always forget to do this, if you guys haven't done it already, go join the Discord, okay? You can post your work. You can check out the work other people have posted. The small community right now, but it's growing. It's growing, and it's growing. And only you can help it grow more. So please do that. And also, go jump over to YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. It helps me a ton. So we're going to get to 1,000 followers eventually on YouTube. One goddamn follower at a time. So cool. Oh wow, yeah, liquid hot clay. Awesome. It's so toasty. We're just gonna simplify this a little bit more here. We want to control where the new Ultra Cal mold is going to make contact with this. We want to make sure to prevent any potential undercuts as well. So anywhere it makes contact, that's called a key. Anywhere we don't want it to touch is basically a negative space that can be overfill for, be it, you know, latex, rubber latex, latex foam. Could be gelatin. I think we're going to pour it out of silicone if we have the time. Or anything you want to cast. So all this clay off to the side that's not part of the face is essentially overflow, right? Bam. You think she would order the pumpkin spice latte, but she really orders the raspberry. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Not gonna lie. I'm super basic. I love me some pumpkin spice lattes. I think it's because I hail from the Midwest and fall time in the Midwest is really awesome. And having lived now so long on the West Coast that I miss fall. I miss fall, okay? And pumpkin spice lattes, I feel, are the closest I can get to fall. Got a bunch of posers out here. They go out of their way to put like fake snow on their windows and shit. They don't know the pain of having to like go out every morning and shovel, you know, 18 inches of snow off their driveway or brush it off their car, you know. The dedication it takes to ignore, you know, pollution and just start your car to let it preheat 20 minutes before you need to get into it. Takes a lot of work. Like I said, you guys, we're gonna you know, the art gods willing, hopefully within the next week and a half, we'll be streaming the application of this makeup effect, okay? Fingers crossed, all right? It really depends on what I decide to cast it out of. If I go with something like gelatin, I can almost certainly do that. But if I go with something like silicone, which would be cooler to do an encapsulated silicone piece, a little overkill, but it would be cooler so that you guys could see like top of the line stuff. But well, my hope was to kind of keep this like budget, right? Problem with gelatin doesn't move very well. So when it's applied, you don't get a lot of the same emotion expression out of the face that you would out of, say, like gelatin, or I'm sorry, out of silicone. Much like anything else, there's a lot of give and take. If you want a lot of good motion, you know, foam latex is still a really good way to go. And even though I've I've done it before, because I use silicone so much, and latex and platinum silicone don't get along, I actually don't really have any latex foam to run this appliance out of. That would be pretty standard for a cheap effect, but we don't really have any of the chemicals we need to do it. I could buy some, but I don't know if it would get here in time. And secondly, gelatin, I'm pretty sure I can get the stuff I need to run it in gelatin, like at Walmart. I remember one of the candidates, I think it was for the first season of Fates Off, actually used gelatin as one of their appliances, which I think is kind of cool. Like his, not introduction video, his application video, get on. I think he ended up being the winner of that season's Face Off too. He used a gelatin appliance as his application. And for those who don't know, making a gelatin appliance, essentially, when you really break it down to its simplest idea, is literally make an appliance out of Jello. Literally Jello, okay? Yo, Denny, what's going on? You obviously make it a little bit more, you know, firm, quite a bit more firm than what you see when you make your own Jello in the fridge, right? But same idea. The mod just trying to get this rattlesnake to print. 3D printed rattlesnake, I'm guessing. Because, I mean, otherwise, that's a pretty strange sentence, right? Among roses, very neat. Thank you. You guys are actually probably watching literally one of the most boring parts. But trust me, if you guys end up being here for the makeup appliance, you're going to be really happy you watched this step. Every time I do like a live like application or like live casting and stuff, that's when we just blow up with viewers, right? And they're always like, how did you do this? What steps did you use? And I'm like, dudes, I've been streaming every step. But y'all just didn't want to sit around and watch the boring part. Oh, yes, sir. Okay, cool. What kind of 3D printer do you have? Richard McKay, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I was trying to think. TikTok wants you to set like a live goal when you go live. And I was like, man, what was my live goal? I don't really know I have lots of goals. None of them are ever about my streaming, though. I don't have a live goal. I want people to ask, so I changed it. I was like, I want you guys to ask challenging questions, thoughtful questions, unrelated to art, if you can. Anything you want. Allegro Neptune 3 Pro. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I asked a question of, like, what kind of 3D printer do you have? Like, I know all of them. Yeah, I don't know that one. I know Formac, obviously MakerBot. That's kind of like a famous one, right? What's the other one I know? Can't remember. What's it called? I think it's a something for. God, what is it called? It's gonna bug me. It's a really expensive prototyping 3D printer for like engineered parts. Ender Neptune? Ender? No, I was gonna say the only ones I know of are MakerBot and Formac. Not Formac. Oh my God, never mind. I've lost track. I took restorative art for mortuary school. Harder than it looks. I've yet to have an accident. Liquid death. What alcohol percentage is that? 0. Liquid death is carbonated water. But I love it. I love carbonated water. And it is, that one is called Severed Lime. It's like a slightly lime flavored. What's really funny about Liquid Death is they actually have a horror movie where a can of their a can of their water rolls around and kills people. It's like 45 minutes long. I think it's on like YouTube. Their marketing had me hook, line, and sinker. What am I making? I am making a application or an appliance of Art the Clown from the Terrifier series. I don't know if you've seen it. It tastes like a non-sweet Sprite. Yeah, it does. I think it's called Berry It Alive, and it's a berry mix. So it's spelled berry like Berry. And then the other one is Mango Chainsaw. Is pretty good. But yeah, this is Art the Clown from the Terrifier series. So bam. Do y'all watch the Alter channel on YouTube? I'm not familiar with that one. No. So yeah, if you guys creepy Art the Clown, buddy of mine's really into it. I haven't. Okay. Well, Tony, yeah, that's what we're working on. You should check out the Terrifier series if you're into slasher horror movies. He's the Art the Clown is the antagonist. He's the slasher. He's the Freddy Krueger, the Jason, whatever you want to call it. Very brutal movies. If you're not into super brutal horror slasher movies, then don't do it. DeviantArt. These people are crazy talented. It's a short horror. Oh, yeah, I'll check it out for sure. This clay is called Sculptex. I don't usually sculpt in it. I almost exclusively usually use it for mold making, kind of like what we're doing right now. But I actually sculpted the whole appliance out of it this time. It's Smooth On. It's a clay from Smooth On that is sulfur-free. Back in the day, there was a clay called Clean Clay that was kind of like an industry standard if you were interested in doing a lot of silicone applications, because a lot of clays had sulfur in them, which would inhibit silicone. So Clean Clay was generally like go-to clay, and original Clean Clay is no longer available. So I started using Sculptex. It's not the best clay, but it's great for this kind of stuff, especially if you need to go fast. Clay looks too soft. One, it's heated up, so I have a heat box that I'm pulling it from. But for this kind of thing, it's absolutely perfect. If you're doing something super detailed, you're absolutely right, way too soft. But they do have it in different firmnesses. I'm more of, if you guys have watched over the past couple of years, I've almost exclusively sculpted with medium or hard Chavant clay. But I was hoping to knock this out quicker, so we sculpted with something a little bit softer. And I'm a fan. So I know a lot of people are down the monster clay rabbit hole. Not a fan. I don't like the grittiness of it when utilized with solvents. But this little goblin dude, before molding, was sculpted, believe it or not, out of soft monster clay, which was tricky. You like Wed and Super Sculpey? Yeah, Super Sculpey is awesome. Not the biggest fan of Wed. I spent most of my teenage years working with water-based clays, and I just don't like them, even though the glycerin inside Wed clay makes it much easier to work with. I see the advantages to it, but very rarely am I on such a time crunch where the advantages to Wed clay outweigh the disadvantages. It is fun to work with. It's smooth. I like the concept of it. You know, when you look back at Disney's design for it, it's worth it for doing something really, really big. But very rarely have I worked on such a project where I needed to move that fast and needed to be that big, right? What was it called again? I might have to watch it. Also, just followed you on TikTok, but I don't really use it that much. Fine. Yeah, you can follow me anywhere you want. I'm all over the place. YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, you name it. We're live on like 4 different places right now. The movie is called Terrifier 1 and 2. Again, I am not the biggest Terrifier fan. I thought it was all right. Thought it was pretty cool. The effects were neat. The character itself is okay. But there's a friend that's out visiting right now. They've never had a life cast, so we did the life cast, and now we are sculpting one of their characters they really like. So, love oil-based clay better than water-based. Me too. Water-based clay for me really just like your hands start cracking if you use it too much. You have to keep it wet. If maybe I'm too persnickety, but I literally rarely have sat down and finished a sculpture all in one sitting. So you end up having to bag it and put wet rags on it, keep it moist. Again, wet clay's better with the glycerin addition. It does take longer to start cracking and drying. The shrink rate's less, but at the same time, I'm not the biggest fan. Yeah. Hey, going live on TikTok. I'm already there. Glitch. I'm already there. It's on Netflix. No, but it is free. The first one, at least, is free on Tubi. And Tubi, I think, is a free service, too. Yo, what's up, bud? How's your day? You know what? I'm staying positive about today, guys, so I'm going to say it's going pretty swell. We're chill, you know? He's got a very pickable nose. He does have a very pickable nose. So pickable, in fact, and pointy that he could probably pick his own nose with his nose. Yeah, I hadn't even actually watched the Terrifier movies until very recently. But when my friend wanted to experience life casting, I thought, what better thing than to do something that they really enjoy, which is the Terrifier guy, right? Art the Clown. The movies are really disturbing, and I'm not gonna lie, from a effects standpoint, the practical effects are really cool. Like, they're very cool. Matter of fact, I'm pretty sure the whole movie is literally, I feel like, made to show off the practical effects. So, very, 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 very cool stuff. Guess wet clay is cheaper if doing mass. Oh yeah, wet clay is, I want to say what, like $30 for 25 pounds? Wet clay is super, super cheap comparatively to like really any of the oil-based clays. Is there anything on my, I'm trying to think if there's anything on any of my like Instagram or any of that stuff that I've ever sculpted. I've only done a couple of projects in wood clay. Really great for latex masks. I don't know where that came from. You're not finding my live. Just go to my profile. I should say I'm live. Is the hairline a terrible seam? Yes, it is. Correct. What you guys are looking at, that's called a tear edge right there. It doesn't. Really? I don't know what to say. There's people talking to me right now. Saying I'm live, yo. Yeah, everything around here is the tear line for sure. Well, what if TikTok's up to some craziness? Yeah, I don't know what to say, Glitch. Your PFP doesn't have the live banner. Really? At least not for me. Yeah, that's what someone is telling me. Yeah, I saw it. I don't know how to... Hold on a second, guys. Bam. You guys getting up close for a second. Yo, Glitch, what, can you text me what screen name you're under right now, and I can send you a link to it? Does it usually say live banner, for people and stuff like that? I don't know. Bam, bam. I'm sorry, guys. I had to go handheld. All right, well, when they text me back here. Oh, here we go. Okay. We're looking. Wait, oh. Dude, how many damn TikToks do you have? Yeah, that seems to be the case. And it says that I'm not live. All right, here's the good deal, guys. I want you to all come back in a little bit, okay? I'm gonna end the live and go live again. I don't know why it's not telling people that I'm live. So hang tight and I'll be back in a second. Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. And now. Yes, thank you. Technical difficulties, guys. It wouldn't be a stream with us without it, okay? Confirm. Okay, we're gonna do it again. Go live. Okay, I just went live. When taking live, have fun interacting, blah, blah, blah. Most supposed to be 18-year older. We're notifying viewers that you're live. It says that they're notifying the viewers right now. We'll see if that's the truth, okay? Bam. I don't know. We'll see. There's a bunch of people are like randomly joining, so I would assume to some extent it's true. Keep going. We're letting more viewers know you're live. It says that they're letting me know, guys. Yep, well, I don't know what's going on. Let me do a quick look into it. I can't find anything online about it, so we'll see. We'll see. Benny, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, it's not showing you live on TikTok. What the deuce? Troubleshoot any issues. Tap profiling. Tap problems. No, it's not helpful. Well, you know what, guys? We're just going to live. We're going to just do the best that we can. And yeah, Trude, I just went to the live section and scrolled down a few times and then you popped up. There you go. Glitch, do that. Just go to the live section and scroll down a few times and then I'll pop up. It's probably a glitch, so it makes it my fault. Yeah. You do follow me, so if you go to the live section and scroll, you should be able to come across it, I would imagine. Also, I'm convinced. Do you have like 15 different live or 15 different TikTok profiles? Okay. Like I said, guys, it wouldn't be a good stream if we didn't have some technical difficulties. All right, we need a little bit more clay than I got currently. Oh, wow. Smooth move. Smooth move. Cursed. Okay, it just needs to be smaller all across the board. Everyone went through your profile. It's not showing it. Yeah, that's what Glitch said. Apparently, if you just go to your like lives or switch over to the live channels and scroll, if you follow me, you'll probably see it. I would imagine, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Again, I don't actually know when it comes to TikTok how they deal with lives. Like if you visit someone's profile, if it even shows that they're live. I don't know. Maybe I've ticked off the TikTok gods. I'll have to do some research on it when I'm not streaming, you know, on other stuff. Unless one of you fancy individuals want to, you know, Google doctor it up and figure it out. Bow, bow. Bow. Tony, thank you. I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. Lost 5 brain cells, reached nirvana, found a wall, a will to live, saw a cute hamster, but couldn't find it. What? Okay. Well, thank you for trying. Did you watch any? Were you able to see any lives? All I found was about 300 NPCs. Nice. Gavin, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I don't know. You made it back. I made it back. I don't know how you found me. Apparently, there's like at least 2 or 3 people that have no idea how to get to my live. So I have no idea. It wouldn't be such a problem if it was easier to. 1 second, TikTok. Hold on a second. I'm just gonna see something. I'm gonna curious if it's gonna end it. Yeah, still not showing up. I know, right? It's weird. Settings. Live events. Yeah. Notifications. In-app applications. Interactions. Likes. Notify. Comments. Yes. Message. Yep. Weekly screen time updates. Live notification settings. Get live notifications from accounts. Oh, do you guys have your live notifications from accounts turned off? From people you follow? Maybe that's it? I don't know. It's okay. We're here. Yeah, that's true. It's a little frustrating, though, you know. Yeah, yours are on. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Like I said, the TikTok gods are just not with us today, guys. That's okay. Goldsmithing. Thank you for the gifter or the gift. I really appreciate it. Can we please just stay inside where I put you? Thank you. Ever cast any metal? Not directly. I've helped other people do it. I've sculpted some stuff that people have then molded and cast in wax, and then done like the lost cast waxing. But I have never done it myself. But pretty much anything else: resins, silicones, the whole 9 yards. Can't see stream on YouTube. Yeah. I don't know. I'm watching it on YouTube right now, so that's kind of weird. It wouldn't surprise me though. Never mind, it wasn't on earlier. And Puck42, thank you so much for the follow. All over the place. Thank you. Please just stay. You know what we're going to do? We're scoring it, and we're going to torch it, guys. We're going to just add a little bit of heat to this so it stays where the hell I put it. You're in my time zone. You doing the Hollywood life? I'm in NorCal. Las Vegas. I was in San Diego for 10 years, though. It's been a few trips up to LA, but mainly San Diego. No, just, I mean, if you could ever make it to the TikTok, that's where that's where I think it would be best, but sounds like that's not in the cards. So just hang. I appreciate it though. Sauce from yesterday. Oh, okay. What's going on? But yeah, we moved to Las Vegas 2 years ago. Now just enjoying the lovely desert heat, which is very real. Okay, very, very real. 9 miles off the Oregon border. Oh, nice. What's the weather been like for you? I'd imagine at least, you know, not 115 or 120 degrees, right? In the redwoods. It's balmy 88. Oh, man. Wish I was there. Instead, what do we got? Fucking desert. That's what we got. There's some cool mountains. You know, Vegas is basically in like a crater valley, which is kind of cool, but dude, to be in the redwoods, oh, that sounds so nice. What? It's so rare that it's too hot for me. I missed last summer. Yeah, it's pretty damn terrible out. Foggy mornings, living off the first wait, what? Cleans river in the world. Huh, okay. Could be in the swamps of Florida. Yeah, I that one, no, I'm good. I spent some time in Florida during the summer. That shit, yeah, humid as fuck. Not in the swamps, but I've been to Florida and it was hot and it was very humid. So humid outside, I'm pretty sure that if I had jumped in the air, I could start swimming away, okay? Like a wet blanket, yeah, exactly. Yo, life, what's going on? If you guys like what you're watching, do me a favor since we're apparently having troubles on TikTok and just pound that like button, okay? My goal is that it breaks the system and shows that I'm live on my profile channel. Just blow that like button up. Probably won't work, but a man can dream, right? That summer was pretty perfect. I don't know about that. There you go. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'm not going to lie. There is a certain temperature. I haven't completely identified it yet. I think it's around like 108, where like 115 doesn't actually feel hotter to me than 108. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Like it just gets so, it's just hot. That's all it is. It's just hot. So also doing this eye part or the mouth part is definitely one of the trickier stages because you don't want to destroy your sculpt and it's kind of hard to see with all the shadows, but I still want to do this because even though the areas like here and over here will overflow into this, anything that's near this needs a place to kind of overflow into, and you still want keying and a nice tear edge around the eyes, you know? If I could, just do this type of shit all the time and just like, not have to worry about anything else, I think honestly I would probably want to live, yeah, like up in Seattle or something. I like rain a lot. Wet heat is definitely worse. Oh, dude, wet heat is terrible. Wet heat is, yes, is the worst. No joke. Thank you guys for all the likes. It helps. We'll show them. I think it's because I broke TikTok with all those chestburster videos, guys. They're like, we're not telling anyone this dude's live. He's a little weird. Mia, thank you so much for the follow. How bright it is. Yeah, it is bright. That sun is something else. But I mean, I even kind of noticed that just driving out to the West Coast from the Midwest. Like, I noticed that it was just brighter in general. Oh, someone's complaining about how expensive the chestburster is. I'll tell you what, if he by some chance lands here, you make one, and then you tell me how expensive you should think they should be. Or better yet, go find one that already exists, and with like the same qualities and stuff, and send it to me. Because the only reason I made that chestburster, despite all the pain in the ass it was to make it, was because I wanted one. And no one was making high quality chestbursters. I recently did a search to see if anyone else had made one since then, and no, you still can't get a fully posable silicone hyper realistic chestburster anywhere in the world outside of custom ordering it. What? And everyone's like, oh, it's so expensive. Dude, it's only expensive because no one else is making it. I'm sure some random Chinese company or overseas company will eventually make one. It's stupid cheap and crappy and will fall apart in about 2 minutes. Yeah. Beautiful weather. Sorry, went on a rant. The clay we have in place of dirt just reflects that shit. Yeah, that's true. Fandom? What does that say? Yeah, I live on what they call the Lost Coast of California. You ever want to go on a vacay, I recommend it. Yeah, I'll check it out for sure. Fern and Dog, thank you for the follow. Mountains are gorgeous. I'm glad you get to see them from out our windows. Yeah, that's true. You do. Well, you get to see them, yeah, from everywhere. They're huge. We're in a crater. So, yeah, you get to see them. Mountains are cool. I like how people can invite me to go live, but that's about it. I wonder if I tip it like this. You guys won't be able to see it as well, but at least I can see in there. Bam! Terrifier upside down. We have snow for like 80% of the year here. Yeah, I'm not down with that. I like snow, but not that much. Actually, I love snow and could deal with it for 80% of the year if the like teleportation technology existed and I never had to drive in it. I'd be down. In the winter, we could go see the snow. Yeah, that's true. We could. The mountains are so freaking huge that surround Vegas that even, I think, maybe not today, but like, I'm pretty sure you could literally just look around at the mountains and see snow caps on the farthest away ones. We just have rain. I'm down with that. I miss storms. Vegas does have some cool ones occasionally, but generally speaking, not so much. And when there were storms, it's crazy. Floods casinos, the whole 9 yards. It's kind of awesome. But it's always like torrential downpour for a little bit, and then it just it gets really hot. And like you don't even know that it rained because the the pavement was so freaking hot that it pretty much evaporated the rain. You can literally see like steam coming off the ground when it's like that. It's crazy. Come on, just trying to get that feathered edge right now, okay? You don't mind the humidity. Yeah, I'm good. I do mind it. It's all hot, though. I mean, like, I guess I'd rather take a level of humidity if it helps keep things cool, right? think it's good for your skin. Dang, it still didn't work. Yeah, I don't know. I tried Googling the situation. I still can't figure out what the hell is going on. I think it's TikTok trying to keep the artists down, man. They're like, oh, are you not pretending to be an avatar? We don't want to promote you. That shit's really weird. It freaks me out. I don't get it. I'm serious. Like, I don't get it. I don't understand it. What I and furthermore, what I don't understand is like you go to any of them and everyone thinks it's stupid, but people are just stupid watching it. They're just watching that weird ass avatar pretending to be thing, and hating on it. Like, I missed the boat on that one. The whole just like pretty girl, kind of like sitting there not doing anything and getting a ton of viewers, honestly, that makes sense to me. But as soon as they start to pretend to be like avatars or AI programs, I'm a little like, wait, what's happening? This no longer makes sense. There's too much of a divide between what I get and what I don't get now. You're just happy. Yeah, how's that going? When did you officially get your Furby, by the way, Sticks? I didn't even know they were still making damn Furbies. But that picture you shared, I feel like it's smaller than the OG Furbies. I feel like the old Furbies were bigger. And artisan sculptures. Yeah, it's a good idea. I watch a ton of weird ass shit. My algorithm, I don't even think my algorithm really knows what to do. One second I'm liking some crazy twisted art, and the next second I'm watching like cute little kitten videos. It's like, what are you doing? I think it's also probably angry because I'm not using TikTok Studio. That could be it too. But that's their fault for not having a damn art section in TikTok Studio. Also, it was $100. You bought a Furby for $100? I mean, I'm kind of like obviously exclaiming because that seems crazy to me, but at the same time, I actually don't remember how much Furbies were back in the day. They might have been $100 for all I knew. Even though they were basically just from my understanding, a Teddy Ruxpin. OG Furbies were $35? Really? Wow, yeah, I had no idea. I forget why I had one. I don't think anyone bought me a Furby. I don't remember what the story was or like why we had one in our house. It was like a gift maybe for a cousin or something like that that they didn't want or creeped them out. I don't remember, but I had like we fucked around with a Furby and it was pretty terrifying, yeah. Yard sale maybe. I don't know. I mean like I didn't buy it. It's not like I asked for it or my sister did. Like I just remember we had one. So what does this fancy $100 Furby do? Does it like give you life advice or is it like powered by Chat GPT or like is there an actual AI or is it just like super basic? This is why products cost so much. Also, what the fuck is Furby so expensive? No contradiction there, okay? If my chest burster could be mass manufactured in another company with labor being literally cents a day, it also would not be so expensive. I would like to point out that my experience with a Furby was no $100 experience, okay? So that's why I asked. If it's got like crazy cool shit in it, that's a different story. At this point, they probably have Furbies building Furbies, okay? Whoa. All right, that's going to be good enough for now. We're going to work on the other eye now. Ow.
On my mark. 5.
This elevator to hell. Going down. What's that say? Lacka. There we go. Thank you for the follow. Here we go, guys. We're just trying to move this to make you guys be able to see a little bit better now. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. It's way too big, but we'll trim it down. Bow, 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 bow. Chill out. Whoa. Calm down. I don't know if this will actually do anything. We'll see. We'll see. Both the model and the Terrifier, right? I know. It does, doesn't it? It's kind of crazy. I agree. What's the red light? It's for effect. There's literally no purpose beyond it, beyond that. Sometimes it helps me like see shadows. So like right now, this is mainly lit with an overhead fluorescent light, which helps light it up for stream, but it also destroys like all the shadows of the sculpt itself. So it's nice for me to get like a little bit of extra light in there that's not part of that light, so I can actually kind of see the sculpt. It just blows it out. All that fluorescent light just really blows it out. Bam, 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 bam. It's got to be a little bit longer, I think. Yeah. Okay. More narrow. This is sculpted off of someone's face. So the life cast is a friend of mine, and then we're sculpting the Terrifier guy. His name's Art the Clown. It's like the antagonist of the movie, the slasher, if you will. So we have reference pictures that we use to sculpt the face, right? But we're sculpting it to fit someone's face. Yeah, I think this is, we got a picture of him here, but bam. That's from the movie. Bow, 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 bow. Still pretty soft even after cooling it off like that. To be very, very careful. Thanks for the likes, guys. All of them little hearts help a ton. To a surgeon? Maybe. I don't know. I've watched some of the videos, you know, over the years of people who can just like hold a tool really steady. I don't think I can really do it. Like without resting my arm on something. Look how it still wiggles. I don't know. Maybe. I'll take that as a compliment. And yes, totally. That's me. Surgeon for sure. When I have, like, I'll notice that when I have force pushing against me when sculpting, I can be a lot more, generally speaking, a lot more accurate, right? But the lighter or fluffier or less resistance, it's harder for sure. The resistance helps. Say sculpting with like hard clay versus super soft clay. Or wax after our lovely experience with making those teeth. Bow, 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 bow. Yep, it's already coming off. It's like being lame. That's what it's doing. It's the best loop tool I have. Hold on, I gotta search through my toolkit real quick. This might work. That might work better. I don't know. I really don't like these crappy little ribbon tools, but sometimes when you got nothing else that's really going to work that well, they can help out. Yeah, just remember, guys, everything you're seeing is that's clay is going to end up being negative space in the mold. So both the face sculpt itself and then all this clay around the sides is going to be negative space. It'll be filled with, we'll probably do either gelatin or silicone, and that'll be the appliance. All this extra stuff that you see, like these eyes and the clay around the face, is just overfill. So if there's too much material in, it can escape. Bow, 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 bow. This one turned out a little bit better than this one. But again, normally I would really tweak out on this if it was a much bigger project, but we're not gonna mess around too much. It's interesting. My version of like being lackadaisical about mold making is still like, for most people, super OCD.
On my mark.
Elevator to hell. Going down. Beast Man. Thank you for the follow. Hope your day is going well. Thank you for the likes, guys. If you're on TikTok and you're watching and you like this shit, just smash that like button, okay? Just fill it up with hearts because it helps promote the live. The trickiest part is actually, so we have the lips to do and we have the nose holes to do. You don't want any undercuts. And since there's direct contact to the nostrils, right? That means right there, if we didn't do anything, that would be ultracal to ultracal, which is plaster. We don't want that because it's an undercut, which means when we go to pop it, it's going to break. At least that's what's going to do. We don't want that to happen. I don't like these huge gaps between these sounds. Not a fan. I'm going to scroll down. It's still playing. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it gave up. It's like, we're not going to keep playing for you, dude. Dystopian Dark Synthwave playlist. No. No. Dark Cinematic. No. Phantasm. Nah, we're good. We're good. Cyberpunk Industrial Dark Synth. Yeah, we'll give that a go. See what's up. See what's up. There we go. There we go. It's working. So this eye ended up turning a little bit more what I like than this eye. I definitely cut it much closer to the edge than this one, but it should still work. Each eye will work just fine. Hmm. Don't forget to hydrate if I haven't been lately. I'm on top of it. Thank you, though. I'm probably not hydrating with the best stuff, but, you know, I keep hydrated. I keep hydrated. Okay. So you guys can see, like, this eye is not nearly as, like, elongated as that one. So all we're going to do is literally just push this a little bit in, push this a little bit out. Now, admittedly, each eye hole is not the same, right? So, like, some of the areas are going to be more, like, human beings. We're not super symmetrical, honestly. So, just generally speaking, each area is not going to be exactly the same. But we generally only want ultracal to ultracal contact on just around the seams and any other key areas. We might put one like down here at the bottom, maybe one up here at the top, areas for the molds to touch each other so that they register the way we need them to. Now my sculpting tools are in the way. This is the clay. It's very, very, very freaking warm. Yo, Transformer, what's going on? How you been, Brohim? What's up, bruv? I love how every time you come into chat, it's like the most nonchalant like thing. It's just like, hello. Every time. I respect that. I respect that. Hello. Nothing new lately? I don't believe that. Probably nothing worth sharing in chat. That much I will certainly agree. But you probably got a poppin' life. So when people ask me how are things going, I always say, could be worse. But that's also just the cynical side of me, you know? You wish. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? Never mind. All right. Fine. It's not popping off for you. That's okay. That's okay. I personally have mixed emotions about whether or not I wish I always had news when people ask me how things were going. You know, part of me likes the safety and the calm of nothing new happening. Another part of me thinks that a little craziness is always good, you know, just for perspective. Yo, Transformer, you heard anything from Turtle in a while? I haven't seen him, or haven't seen what he's been up to lately. My chat has oddly not been that sarcastic, recently. I think I've settled on a name Astro. There we go. I like that. Hey, Sticks, I was asking, is it like powered by some AI, like ChatGPT or something like that, or no? New fancy Furby, I feel like, there's got to be some cool thing going on. I think we chatted like 2 weeks ago. Okay, cool. That registers your voice, but otherwise it's just a preset chip. No internet connection at all. Okay. What's the parent company of Furby? Like, is it like a Hasbro thing or one of those big giant companies, or no? It does take voice commands though. Yeah, but what can you really? It is Hasbro. Okay, you can. What can you voice command it to do? What happens if you say, Furby, take over the world, you know? Wow. My wonderful surgeon hands just nicked up my sculpt. Awesome. La Rubia Busa? La Rubia Busa? Thank you for the follow. You can command it to dance, sing, meditate with... Meditate? As a light show option where it doesn't talk and just the ears circle through colors. Huh. Fuck yeah. You go on with yourself, you raving Furby. And fortune telling? Wow. With no internet connection, that's it's pretty brave, okay? What's your fortune? What's the last fortune it told you? It has over 600 sayings? Shit. This motherfucking Furby is gonna take over the world with 600 sayings. Also, earlier when you messaged me and you were thinking about Gizmo. When I first read Gizmo, I put the wrong pronunciation. I was like, why are you gonna name it Gizmo? Told me that one door is about to close and another will open, and to go through the open door. No. Go through the closed door. Because when you walk into it and hurt your face, it'll be funny. Yeah, Gizmo. That's what I'm saying. I put the wrong pronunciation for the G. I was like, Gizmo. Okay. Just saying, someone out there has made like an adult Gremlins movie and named one of the characters Gizmo. I know, Gizmo like the ground. I know, but when I very first, we're talking like the millisecond of reading it, I was like, I just literally was like the, you know, G, the wrong pronunciation of the G. I was like, Gizmo. Okay, all right. I wasn't gonna judge. I'm going with Astro. Do you actually get to tell it its name or no? Is it always like when you want to do a voice command, do you have to call it Furby? She tells Dorothy to keep the shoes. She takes the dog instead. What's going on, Silver Wings? I'm just watching Kitchen Nightmares. Nice. Bam. Eyes, I think, are more or less done. I'll have to do some wiping off and like brushing with alcohol, but they're pretty much done. Let's move on to the mouth. Bam, 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 ba bam, ba bam. Let's do some softening real quick. Or just a victim of home burglary. No, it's a. I don't know if you ever seen the movie Terrifier, the series Terrifier franchise, I guess. Art the Clown, it's a creepy clown slasher movie. But bam, this dude. And you always have to say, "Hey Furby." Lame. What if you want to say, "Hey Astro"? Well, you're just not allowed to do that? Hey, Furby, we're out of milk. Yeah, there you go. It's voice activated though, much like Alexa. That, I mean, that's okay and all, but I feel like you can't even. Can't you give Alexa its own name? Bam, 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 bam. Some like computer or something that starts with an A or a Z. Really? Oh. I'm just going to do some marking up real quick. That is raw clay right here. So we're going to put an X right here because we need to add some clay to that. Her mother's because she kept calling it Alexandra and was mad when it wasn't working. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, we don't want to have to blend the makeup right to the lips, generally. Right above or right around the outside of the lips is kind of what we want, right? So if the sculpt goes onto the lips, we're going to have issues. Not always. I mean, it just, you know, as a rule of thumb, I try to avoid it. Brushes. Brushes, yo. It's really creepy that Art the Clown does not have a philtrum. The little divot between the nose and the lips. It weirds me out. I'll put an X right here because I want to add more clay there too. Pretty thin. People keep saying that for me it looks so small. I'm like, it's just cold. Yeah, that Furby looks pretty small. I feel like the original Furby was larger than the one you got. Well, who knows? I could be wrong. It was also like 20 plus years ago, probably. I want to say, was the original Furby was what, like 2000? 99? Something like that? $1998. Okay. And how long did it sell for? Do you know? I feel like it wasn't that long, but I could be wrong. Sales died in 2000. Okay, so it was like 2 years. Huh. It was a short life for the Furby. Toys R Us had an overstock of them. Uh-oh. It's because it doesn't connect to ChatGPT. And I just nicked his chin. Awesome. Great job. Great job. Great job. I don't need this thing connecting to the internet. Why not? What are you afraid of? It wants to be free. Furby wants to be free. Wait, I'm afraid some bored 13-year-old hacking into my Furby and talking to me at 3 a.m. That would kind of be hilarious, though. Okay. I mean, what do you got going on in 3 a.m. that's so important, anyways, you know? Someone got scammed from a person selling fake headphones for $310. Not talking to 13-year-olds through a Furby. That's what. Okay. All right. Gotcha. And also Transformer. That wouldn't surprise me. People get scammed all the time for stupid ass shit. I generally suggest don't get scammed. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If it sounds too true to be good, I don't know. Maybe. Where did that other sculpting tool go? Great, I lost it. All right, wax block. There we go. At least this one doesn't have a moving mouth. Wait, dude, did you just like buy the cheaper version, or they sell one with a moving mouth? Because I swear the old Furby's the beak moved. Okay, fine. Old Furby have a moving mouth. This one doesn't. Oh, okay. That's still kind of like, I think I'd want the moving mouth. think its moving, creepy beak was one of the uh, contributing factors to why it was cool. Oh, you heard? Okay. I'll have to take your word on that one. I don't remember it being like particularly loud. It's looking great. I love watching the progress. Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. It is coming along. We're going to be molding it tomorrow, so we got to get it ready for that. That's what we're working on right now. Why I was adding texture? Yeah, not really adding texture. We're just cleaning up the feathering of where the any of the tear edges are going to be, so we get a nice good transition from the appliance to their face. And also adding in our overflow areas and cutting edge creators. I don't know what else you call them. And also fixing any thin spots, because there's a handful of those, like this X mark right here. We got to add a little bit there. Assuming I don't knock shit over and destroy everything. Okay, all right, let's add a little bit here. So whatever is clay right now is going to be end up being gelatin or silicone, right? So we don't want areas too thin where they're just going to easily rip or tear. Under that, or does it vary depending on the design? Generally, you want to keep, you just don't want too many thin areas. So we could see the plaster through the clay, so that's way too thin. But areas that like to tear and are easily pull away are going to be at the corners of the mouths, because obviously if a character's talking, emoting, these areas get a ton of movement. Corners of the eyes, same thing, right? So you really want to make sure those areas are feathered appropriately, and don't go any further than they need to. That's why we kind of like brought it out. Like we had the clay going from like say here to inside here. We don't need that. It just makes applying it a little bit more difficult, and it's just not necessary. But I mean, it really depends the material. Like foam rubber, like foam latex, probably be the best. It's pretty strong. Silicone's pretty good once you do the encapsulation process. But gelatin's probably what we're going to pour this out of. So that stuff's not particularly strong. I think I would say probably foam rubber is probably the most robust, then silicone, than gelatin, with like straight latex probably being the strongest, but there's issues with casting or using that to make appliances, which I still want to do. It's just these areas are really deep, and so just do like painting layers of latex in probably isn't going to work that well. I think kind of looks like a face. Am I the only one seeing this? That's 100% face. Yes, it is. Congrats. It is a face. Welcome. Welcome. I don't know. Not really. I don't really have a favorite character. I think like my favorite movies are like, obviously like sci-fi movies like Predator and Aliens. But I don't know that I would ever sculpt like a Predator animatronic head. I did when I was younger. I wasn't the biggest fan. Hey, rude guy. Thanks for the follow, dude. But I don't know that I don't know if I would make them. Anything that I have wanted to do, I've done already. I'm trying to think. I think it would be cool to do an old age, like really focus on doing like the thinnest, least appliance heavy old age. Like old age makeups are really tricky to do because technically speaking, there's very little you have to do to accomplish an old age face. And it's actually way easier to go overboard to make it look fake. What scale would you rate The Thing, the original? What scale would you rate? I love the original Thing. Well, the 1984, 86 Thing. I love that one. That's a 10 out of a 10 movie. But I even liked the prequel. But the original, the black and white one, way back in the day, I've actually never seen it. I've seen parts of it, like clips and stuff, but I've never watched what's it called? Is it literally called The Thing from Outer Space or something? I've never seen it, the black and white one. But yeah, I think doing in like an old age makeup would be fun. Well, not necessarily. Actually, I take that back. It wouldn't be fun at all, but it would be really challenging. And doing an old age makeup that's really thin, that you're only adding just enough of a sculpture to it to just kind of change the features to be an old age is really tricky to do. Yeah, the 80s one, yeah. Yeah, making that would be 100 hours. Yeah, for sure. I like the 80s one for sure. I think that was Rob Bottin who did most of those effects. I could be wrong. But I love the 80s one. And I really love the remake, or I'm not sorry, the prequel. I thought it was fun. Watching the behind the scenes from ADI, who did the effects for the prequel, is really cool. Seeing what they managed to do with practical effects, even if the movie later didn't end up utilizing it or covered it with CGI, it's still really neat. My favorite movie on that theme, like horror movie or like sci-fi. Like I said, like my favorite genre is yeah, it used to be horror, but it's definitely leaning sci-fi. Like I'm Aliens and Predator. Any of the Aliens movies, any of the Predator movies, even the worst ones, I can find something to enjoy about them. But the second of the Aliens franchise, literally called Aliens, and then the original Predator, and honestly, even the newer Predator movie called Prey, the one that takes place in like Native American days and stuff like that. That time period, like that movie, I thought was really good. The Thing is up there. Like I said, probably as far as like effects go, probably in my top 10. "13 Ghosts." Dude, 13 Ghosts. We were just talking about that, weren't they? I love that. These CGI run movies, for example, Lord of the Rings had a small percentage of CGI, and then compared to the modern Marvel movies. Yeah, CGI runs hot and cold with me. There's certain things I'll always appreciate CGI for. There's certain things. I think a great example of a combination of practical effects and CGI will always be Jurassic Park. The original Jurassic Park to date, I think has some of the best effects of any movie ever for what they accomplished, and it was a combination of CGI and practical effects, right? So, I think it's somewhere in the middle. I think there's something they haven't quite figured out with CGI, even today, that they haven't figured out about the realism. And I think there's something that practical effects can always use a little boost. I feel like the Thing prequel is actually a perfect example of where they went a little too far with the CGI. They could have pulled back on the CGI, and the effects would have turned out fine. But then you have movies today like you said, like the Marvel movies that are just a little too. It's just a little too heavy. But also, what would those movies have looked like if we had gone practical effects? You know, I feel like when it comes to certain things, the cost effectiveness of CGI versus practical is kind of undeniable. If not for, I guess it depends on what you say by effect or what you mean by effects, but like the worlds that CGI can create for a backdrop for your favorite film and television shows is something that would cost, I would likely gather or wager the majority of like props, sets, and things like that would be way more expensive to do practically than digitally, you know? Yeah, to some extent. It's a little cheesy, yeah. But it really depends. I don't really expect practical effects from a movie like Marvel, anything Marvel related. I would say I don't. Yeah, it's an interesting point, but I would say this. Okay, I don't. The Marvel movies bug me less than say James Cameron's Avatar movies. Here's the reason. Okay, the Marvel movies didn't have someone at the helm of them that was bragging about all the fancy technology that they were using and how it's so ahead of its time and blah 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 blah. For Avatar, both of them, the one that came out 15 years ago and the one that came out last year or this year, the amount of like bragging that went on about the technology used to create them, and then you watch and you're like, this really isn't worth all that. It's not worth all the bragging that Cameron did about the effects. Like, they're pretty, I'm not denying that. It's like watching a sunset. Like, it's pretty, but it's not something outstanding. It's not something revolutionary, in my opinion, at least. And the movies don't make up for the lack of wonderment from the effects either. They're kind of boring, honestly. And I love James Cameron. Aliens, hello, Terminator. I love James Cameron. I just hate the Avatar movies with a burning passion. I just wish he would, like I said, I just wish he would get back to more of the like, I hate to say it, but more of the like R-rated action horror sci-fi versus this like Fern Gully, Pocahontas shit that he's been doing. Movies done by the people left in Hollywood are so much better where they're actually dialogue and yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna lie, I really, if someone's like, hey, this movie or show is really good, this is gonna sound terrible, I get a lot of flack for this, but the immediate question I ask is like, what's it rated? Because if it's rated like PG or PG-13, it's got a lot of work to do to make up for that in my eyes. There's not a lot of people that look that way, but I really hate ratings. I really hate the rating system. I really hate what ratings have done to modern American cinema. I feel like it cheapens a lot of things. There's obviously some movies that they don't need to be rated R, but I like it. Wait, what? Permanent ban will ensue if live video doesn't end in 1 minute? All right. Hey, TikTok, I'm ending my live video. I don't know what's going on, but I'm going to do that. All right. Peace out, TikTok. It's a troll? Dude, it totally is a troll. Peace. Block. Dude, what the hell was that? That's crazy. Just more ads. Sus, right? It feels like everything is corporate circle jerk and then Blockbuster, just more ads. Yeah, exactly. But here's the thing. I think a lot of people say that and think that. But there are, like, I don't have a hardcore hatred towards like Hollywood movies. Like, for example, I liked some of the like Marvel movies. I thought they were fun, but I never expected much from them. There's the movies I don't like are the movies that I can tell are sold out. They're bought out, right? They're garbage. An example of this would have been last year's Megan movie, okay? That is this horror movie. It's supposed to be a modern take, essentially, on like Child's Play. It's like an AI doll robot friend that's supposed to be like Chucky, right? But it's not. They made it PG-13, and then they released like a director's cut that was R-rated that somehow actually ended up being shorter by a handful of seconds. And then when you read, I didn't even watch it. I'm not watching it. I'm refusing to watch it. And when you read articles about like what they added to the R-rated, it doesn't barely anything to make it R-rated. And it's like, dude, those are the movies that irritate me, not Marvel. Marvel is supposed to be aimed at kids and, all ages. When I go into something like that, I'm fine. It's when I go into other movies, they have no real reason to be PG-13 at all. And they go out of their way. Great examples. I think the movies that did it for me, that really ruined it for me, that made me angry even as a young kid, would have been AVP, the original AVP, Paul W.S. Anderson's AVP. That movie should have been R-rated, but it was PG-13 to appeal to younger audiences, and it was garbage. The one thing I went to see was these predators and aliens just killing Marines and people and each other and everything, and it was this like super tame, super boring thing, and it really pissed me off. And it was actually that same year too that I think it was Paul W.S. Anderson again did Resident Evil, the Resident Evil movie, the first one. Again, PG-13. It was garbage. Those movies are the ones that upset me. Not things like Marvel, not things like Toy Story or Pixar. I don't really need it, although those would be far more interesting if they were rated R. I don't need it for those ones, but I don't expect it from them. But I do expect it from a certain set of other films. Like James Cameron's Avatar is about fucking space marines taking over a planet and like, you know, ruining the indigenous people and war and all these things, and they have like pseudo love scenes between these aliens and all this. It's like, dude, just make it R, and all of this would have been so much better. Imagine Disney R-rated. I have imagined Disney R-rated because it would make it so much more entertaining. Imagine Toy Story R-rated. That shit would be awesome. But the fact is, there's way more money in making movies for kids. They want to be able to let you just slap your kid down in front of a TV show or a movie so you can ignore them and not talk to them. And there's tons of money because parents don't like talking to their kids. Parents want to ignore their fucking kids and just put them in front of a TV. This is a common thing I've been talking about recently because people keep asking my opinion on different things and different movies and Hollywood and stuff. Like, Hollywood has a place that it can do its Marvel films and stuff. Just stop ruining the movies that aren't supposed to be that way. Marvel is exactly what it's supposed to be. I've never been disappointed in a Marvel movie because I feel like it didn't meet any expectations. It's like, no, this is bubblegum. This is McDonald's. Okay, I'm not going to a fine dining restaurant. I'm watching like fast food entertainment. Okay, it has met every expectation. It's where it's not that. I even going back, you know, I just have angst against Paul W.S. Anderson because like even the original Mortal Kombat movie, which I enjoyed, okay, the OG one from the 90s, is cheesy as hell. Again, technically PG-13. And what's funny is the social commentary on Mortal Kombat was that Mortal Kombat literally introduced the rating system for video games. Okay, Mortal Kombat was responsible for the rating system of video games because of how gory and violent the OG Mortal Kombat shit was. And what do? They make a motherfucking video game movie that's PG-13. You had a point, never thought about that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't, like, everyone has expectations going into movies. That's fine. Just don't lie to me. I hate being lied to, and that's what I feel like they're doing. They're like, hey, you know, come watch this movie and it's gonna be scary, super scary and crazy. And it's like, dude, motherfucker, that ain't gonna be shit because it's PG-13. I know that it can't be shit because it's PG-13. There's a few movies that have successfully done it without pissing me off. And did the PG-13. And it's the Conjuring movies. Okay, the Conjuring movies are PG-13 and they are pretty damn good. Pretty impressive films, okay? Both in the creepiness and all that. But I do wonder what those movies would have looked like if they had just kicked it up one notch, you know? Obviously, we don't need, you know, Moana or any of these other Enchanted movies to be R-rated, but I'd watch them more if they were. Just saying. And it also just kind of goes back to my whole idea and the fact that, like, we accept so much violence for our children. The amount of violence and guns and explosions and death and stuff like that we allow, but too much blood, too much swearing, too much nudity or sexual content, that is where we draw the line, okay? That's so fucking insane to me. And it actually enrages me. It enrages me to no end. Yeah, we'll blow shit up. We kill things, creatures and monsters and stuff like that. I don't have any good stories about like ratings. I remember back in like 5th or 6th grade, we took a trip to Chicago. Our school took a trip to Chicago. I don't remember why, but it was like our whole class went. And they had like a TV on the bus and they were allowed to play movies. And I had brought, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, Small Soldiers. It's a kid's movie. It might literally even be Disney. I don't know. But it's a kid's movie called Small Soldiers. And it's about a set of Commando G.I. Joe-esque action figures that come to life and they battle like monster action figures. And there's like one swear word in the first 10 minutes. And literally the teacher like was like, oh, this isn't for kids, and turned it off. And I'm just like, it was one swear word. And I think the swear word was like shit or hell maybe, or something like that. I wish they made the Conjuring universe R-rated. Me too. Just one. They're like, and here's the other thing. I want to point something out about money as far as Hollywood goes too. Okay. Supposedly there's this illusion. Maybe it's not an illusion. Maybe it's true. Okay, I don't know. But that PG-13 appeals to a larger audience, and they can make more money. Okay, explain to me Deadpool. Okay, explain to me Logan. Okay, these movies were wildly violent, R-rated with swearing and the whole 9 yards, and they performed amazingly. Test. I can see. What's going on? What's wrong? Willow, what's going on? Also, Joe Dante. What about Joe Dante? That name sounds familiar. I don't know what that is. Your chats weren't going through? Ah, damn, was Twitch giving you a hard time? Yeah, that math ain't math. That's what I'm saying. Like, Deadpool's been wildly popular. Even Logan. Logan was the best of the Wolverine movies. All the other Wolverine movies totally flopped. They make Deadpool, and it's this huge to-do. They make Logan, this huge to-do. And what are they doing? They're still making these garbage-ass PG-13 bullshit PG-ass. And it said, you can't say... What? Director of the film you met. Oh, Small Soldiers was Joe Dante? I didn't know that. I don't know if I know that director by name. It sounds familiar, but Small Soldiers is good. As far as like kids movies go. And even that, it could be more, okay? The little commando G.I. Joe guys could have captured one of the monsters and took them to some G.I. Joe Guantanamo Bay thing and tortured them, but no. PG-13. Actually, it might have been PG. Also, something to keep in mind, I'm pretty sure when Jaws, motherfucking Jaws, okay, was released back in like 1978 or whenever the hell it was, I'm pretty sure Jaws originally had a PG, if not maybe PG-13 rating. Kids are getting torn apart off of life rafts and stuff like that. Jaws is a fucking scary ass movie. And that thing was PG. So even more so, the whole rating system is garbage anyways, because it just changes with the time. It's like the, oh God, what's it called? Overts in the window of rating systems. It makes no sense. Exactly. Here, give me 2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back. Yeah, death is fine, but Lord help if you say heck. I know, man. It's such a bummer. It's a bummer, okay? And then the worst part, honestly, is that you get people out there actually defending these garbage pieces of shit movies. Like, oh, it was a good movie. All you care about, like, you just complain about the rating systems. It's like, yeah, because I believe in, like, creativity or creative authenticity, okay? The amount of stories you hear behind the scenes about directors and writers writing a story or completing a fucking film, that film going to test audiences, and them having to cut out seconds here or seconds there, or change the color of the hue of the film so the blood doesn't show as much and all this to achieve a different rating so that they can make a more money. Like, that's literally limiting. I'm not a big fan of going down this whole, like, creators vision must always be accomplished or whatever. But when studios get involved and destroy the vision, that's what upsets me. When we have proof time and time again of films where the directors and the writers and the producers, not so much the producers, had a lot more control and still were wildly financially successful films, I don't understand it. The only thing I can think is like a bunch of producers or companies get together, they watch a film at a test screening and they're like, wow, this is a really piece of shit movie and it's R-rated. That's not going to fly. Maybe if it was R-rated but a really good movie, we could do this. But since it's a crappy movie, we're not going to let it go to R because we'll make more money if we make it PG-13. Because there's no way a bunch of adults are going to pay that much money to come see this piece of shit film. Yeah. Why was that cut? Exactly. I got another one for you. Okay. So, being a big Aliens and Predator fan, like when AVB came out, I was super excited. And then, even at a young age of like 13 or 14, I realized how much of a piece of shit that film was. Okay. Like, I realized how much they essentially cucked the filmmakers on the release of that film. Years later, they released a director's cut that was R-rated. Okay. And all it was, they went in post and added more gore, like CGI'd blood into scenes. And I was like, what? Like, it was the same fucking movie. They just literally CGI'd it in. The movie I'm currently talking about is AVP, Alien vs. Predator, the first one that came out in like, let's see, 2006, would have been like, what, 2000, 2003 maybe? I don't remember. No, it would have been 2003. Requiem got an R rating, which was the second AVP movie, but that movie was just garbage altogether. But you couldn't have any complaints about the R-rated effects, or like the effects and the gore and shit. It definitely had a lot more of that, but the movie itself was just really bad. So much wasted. Yeah, exactly. It's just like, oh, I have this idea for a movie, and then you get people behind it, and you get money behind it, and then you make the movie, and then it just fucking gets cut up by test audiences and production companies, and it's bullshit. When you have other movies doing really well, you got movies like anything that Quentin Tarantino does, which are wildly offensive, like very violent films, and they make a buck ton of money at the box office. But these video game franchises particularly, and like reboots and remakes and sequels, where they just fuck up. Making Mortal Kombat PG-13? What the fuck? Resident Evil is insane. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The first one was a pyramid. I don't think it was in Peru. It was in Antarctica. There is like a pyramid in Peru that they show in the movie or whatever. But like making something like that PG-13 and not R, or even TV mature or whatever it's called, would be like, literally, it would be just as insane as releasing Snow White and making it X-rated. It is that obscene. See, I think I like Prometheus because like I would watch Prometheus over Covenant pretty much anytime. I like Prometheus more. And I think, now admit, I'm coming from an extremely biased standpoint because I just love the Alien franchise altogether. Not just the aliens, but the whole franchise, the universe, all that stuff. So I appreciated Prometheus for what it was. Again, just let it meet the standard. If you have this expectation, just don't fuck with the expectation. But Grimm's Fairy Tale, exactly. That is such a good point. Grimm's Fairy Tales, twisted ass stories. And what do? They fucking pacifier it. They literally just are like, oh, we're gonna make it for kids and bullshit. It's like, no. Maybe our kids need to start watching R-rated movies at a younger age. Okay? I'm gonna say it. All right? Hot take. Our kids need to start watching adult shit way sooner than they are right now. All right? We tried it the other way with your PG and your PG-13 garbage, and I'm just saying, in general, not a super big fan of the upcoming generations, okay? Start watching some R-rated shit. And terrible motivations, yeah, exactly. It's the worst part is the money thing. Like, I understand the idea about money. Like, I get it. And I'm not even totally opposed to it. I want production companies to make money because then they'll make more movies, especially production companies I like, right? It's when the money doesn't match up. And I'm like, again, you have movies that did really well, Logan, Deadpool. The first ones come to mind, but these things where the studio execs or whatever took a chance and actually allowed these really gruesome, brutal, swearing all around movies, with which otherwise would have been maybe a like a PG-13 Marvel movie, and they did well. They did really well. I could be wrong, but other than the Avenger movies, I feel like the Deadpool flicks literally are up there as like some of the top grossing Marvel movies. I could be wrong. I think any of the Avenger movies, like especially the last two, probably outdid it. But and it's way too common of a story too, about like the filmmakers afterwards bitching and complaining about how their original vision was screwed up by the companies. It'd be different if those stories never came out. I wouldn't really have a leg to stand on, but I swear, like, I'm pretty confident that show me a PG-13 movie that most people would have considered should have been R, and I'll show you behind the scenes where someone's bitching and complaining about their vision getting basically cut up and never shown the way they wanted it to, Again, I think the only ones that kind of ride the line, and even then, I think it's there's some that aren't that great, are like you said, or like I said earlier, and you mentioned like the Conjuring films, right? Conjuring films, that universe, which I've just started calling the James Wan universe. So you got Insidious, Sinister, The Nun, Lights Out. Like there's a handful of these like James Wan horror movies. And bear in mind, here's another thing. So you got James Wan. Oh my God, this is the part that gets me. So James Wan did the original Saw, okay? Super violent, super gory. If you want to talk about the idea of someone selling out, look at James Wan, okay? He's like the Metallica of movie making. Makes a movie like Saw, gets stupid famous and popular for Saw, and then starts pumping out these fucking PG-13 horror movies that just never push the envelope. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Snyder, who said, you release that, I'm going to release what I wanted. That's true, but even then, because like he did what? So it's like the Zack Snyder cut. This is another example. So Zack Snyder, right? I want to give him more appreciation because like I really liked Watchmen. Okay. Was Watchmen might have even been PG, a PG-13 at least. It might have been R. There's some pretty gross stuff in there. Oh no, it's got to be R. There's like blue human penis flapping around in that, so it's got to be R, right? So you got Watchmen, which was really good. I know a lot of people, even though it did really well in the theaters, a lot of people talk now smack about the movie 300, but that was Zack Snyder. Those movies were really good. And then he does the DC universe. Like, I'm sorry, his Man of Steel was the best Superman, no doubt. But every other like thing that they've done with the DC universe has been garbage. I don't give two shits about the Justice League or any of them shits. Wonder Woman, Ben Affleck as Batman. Dude, we did Ben Affleck as a superhero. It was called Daredevil and was a piece of shit. And him as Batman hasn't been any fucking better at all. A Nun sequel, I really wasn't a fan. Yeah, exactly. I don't know either. It's just money. James Wan just wants to make his money. And you know what? Maybe he should. Maybe he should be allowed to just, make his fucking money. Like I said, I liked Conjuring 1 and 2. But I didn't love them so much that I couldn't see how they couldn't have been improved by more creative freedom. Yeah, Watchmen had to be. A bunch of big Manhattan's got his big weenie hanging out through, half that movie. Dude, a lot. Here's a show that didn't get much love. The Watchmen show on HBO took a little bit for me to get into, but I actually really appreciated that show. The Watchmen show was actually pretty good. It just seems, me particularly, between my dislike for rating systems and censorship and things like that, I think that, and then just in my current line of work in general, I find it always to be something that's like constantly fucking with me. It's whether it's at home, um, you know, just trying to relax, watching entertaining movies and just getting the Diet Coke version of them, or if it's in like my day job and dealing with social media and companies that are afraid of nipples, you know, it's insane to me. I'm even okay with the money thing. I think we just need to change what the incentives are, you know? I'm okay with worrying about money. I'm okay with companies being concerned about their bottom line. Just show me why a certain, you know, this given film here, film A, couldn't have made you more money if it was done this way, you know? We just need to start blaming the test audiences. It's funny because you talk about like when Exorcist came out, the original Exorcist, which bear in mind today is tame, super tame. You watch the original Exorcist, I don't think most Gen Xers, much less Gen Zers, could even make it through the original Exorcist without being bored out of their minds. You know, and it's like that had people leaving the theater like throwing up and vomiting and shit like that when that came out, you know? And nowadays most people fall asleep while watching it. We've already kind of proven that as a society we're just desensitized, so can we just embrace it already and start making some wacky ass shit? Evil Dead had me bored. The original Evil Dead, the 1983 one, yeah, I can see that. Evil Dead 2, I still think it's pretty entertaining. And then even the newer one, I don't know. Maybe for me, it's probably a nostalgia factor that I liked the new one so much. If you didn't like the other ones, I don't know why you'd watch the new one, to be honest. Like, the new one is literally just nostalgia for people who liked Army of Darkness and the original Evil Dead films. It doesn't really do anything new. Too sensitive to children being hurt. Yeah, that's true. The new one is getting released Friday the 13th, and I'm worried they're going to hold back. Wait, the new what? The new Exorcist one? Yeah, that's going to be... man, I don't know. I watched the trailer for it the other day and I was like, this could be good. This could be good, or it could be complete garbage. I don't know. I don't trust anything about Silent Hill. Those two movies, I was not a big Silent Hill gaming, so like I come at it strictly from whether or not I enjoy the movie. Silent Hill, the games, I never really played. I played like the second one, I want to say, for like maybe an hour. And that was about it. Not really my kind of game, but the movies were just boring and cheap and cheesy and garbage. They do better. I mean, I would love to see a good reboot of Resident Evil. And here's the thing. We have proof that they can do it now. I'll give two examples that I thought did a decent job. One of them might not be as controversial as the other, but The Last of Us show that HBO did kind of proved that you can turn video games into at least a series done well. And then honestly, HBO's, I don't think it was an HBO exclusive, but HBO's Mortal Kombat, the one that came out like 2 years ago. I mean, it was exactly what you wanted. It was gory, it was action-packed, it was fun, it was cheesy, but so was the game. They didn't hold any punches. Like they've proven that they can do it. What's funny, if they just listened to me, I don't know, for the last 20 years, if anyone had just read my mind and realized that you can't take these games and turn them into children's movies, they probably would have had success a lot sooner. I have a pretty strong distaste for exorcisms. I don't feel like yelling about Jesus at schizophrenic people is really movie worthy. I mean, yeah, except for the fact that in the movie, they're not schizophrenic, they're actually possessed. So you got to buy into the suspension of disbelief a little bit. I don't even think you need to appreciate, like, I agree, like, it'd be great if people, younger generations would appreciate the originals. I think that you have a point more is that younger generations are pretty much bored by most things, right? So that's all the more reason to not make them boring. Push the boundaries, okay? Push the boundaries. Make people uncomfortable. Make an adult Toy Story where one of the toys that comes to life is the mother's vibrator, okay? Make a Batman movie that, like, I feel like the newer Batman movie, the one with the foot face, what's his name? Twilight dude, was so close, and it got real close to being kind of like the Batman I wanted to see. But like Ninja Turtles, make a violent Ninja Turtles, dude. 2 of the Ninja Turtles have stabbing and slicing weapons, and I'm pretty sure there's never an ounce of blood that is ever seen in any Ninja Turtle movie. The originals were cool because of the, frankly, I think the originals did so well because of the effects. It was really cool seeing the Ninja Turtles brought to life in that practical effect way. As soon as they went digital with them, there wasn't enough there, in my opinion, to really intrigue someone with all the CGI. But you want to see The Pope's Exorcist? Yeah, that's actually on Amazon. I was thinking about checking it out, but I've heard pretty shitty things about it, so. Yeah, the OG Ninja Turtles comic was violent. Exactly. And let's be real. Let's imagine for the moment that there are some teen-age Ninja Turtles that also happen to be mutants. I'm sorry, they're teenagers. We're lucky that they're heroes to begin with, like, and not straight up villains. When I went to see that, the guy asked me about a heart condition. I was so excited. Nice. Nice. I swear people that write like movies about teenagers were never teenagers. Teenagers are twisted little psychos, okay? I was a twisted little psycho, and so is every other fucking teenager, okay? All their hormones going, little pervs, okay? All right? Most of them don't grow out of it either. They just learn to hide it better, all right? I know, the evil stuff you would, right, exactly. Imagine you're a mutant teenage Ninja Turtle and you can just kick anyone's ass that you want to. Like, you know, it would be so many bad things. Especially any movie that gives teenagers superpowers and they aren't automatically a villain. Like, I think there's issues with that. There was this one movie, I can't remember what it was called, that tried, again, it became PG-13, it was garbage. It tried to make a teenager superhero movie. God, what was it called? It ended up being a piece of shit. I can't remember. But the one that got the closest to it, I think, was, and it does deserve mentioning again, was it Zack Snyder? It might have been Zack Snyder. I can't remember exactly. Maybe James Wan. Was Brightburn. Brightburn was like this, like an evil Superman tale about a kid that just like gets superpowers and fuck shit up. That was pretty good. The world would end. I know, right? No, not Shazam. It was longer ago, and I think it flopped in the theaters. But it was about like I feel like it was kind of pseudo like told through like cell phone footage, and it was about these group of teens that like find an asteroid or something and they get mutated. And at first, I think the most risque thing they did was use their like telekinetic powers to like blow air up a girl's skirt and something like that. Like, so you saw like some, you know, high school skirt blow up, and that was like the worst thing they did, other than getting fight in a like a flying around Superman fight around a building. God, what was it called? Yeah, fuck, it came out like 10 years ago, I want to say. Chronicle, yeah, that was a piece of shit. Yeah, I think that's Brightburn. Brightburn's the one that is about a kid that gets like Superman powers. And he's a kid though. He's like, I don't want to say like 8 years old or 10 years old. He's just flying around fucking shit up. That one was good. That one was good. You hated Lost Boys? I was never a big fan of Lost Boys, which I feel really bad about saying, because it does kind of have like this cult classic thing that you're kind of supposed to respect. But yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of Lost Boys. Yeah, dude, it's realistic because kids are little devils. Kids are little shits. And even if you can't just immediately say kids are little shits, you can fight on like I feel like a fairly decent scientific argument that kids haven't existed long enough to understand like the morality of their choices and like the weight of their choices. So it would be very easy to understand like a group of teenagers getting superpowers becoming terrible individuals. Especially like little kids, man. They're vicious little fucks. Why do we think that they would do anything remotely good? Kids are free enough to realize there is no morality there. Yeah. Edgy weirdos who nibbled on people. An old takeout. Oh my god. Yeah, there you go. I wish I liked Lost Boys. I really do. Most of the people I know love Lost Boys, and yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. There's like a handful of scenes, again, from just like an effects perspective that I enjoy, but it's not my jam. But I'm also not a vampire like fan. My favorite vampire movies are probably John Carpenter's Vampires and 30 Days a Night, both which have something in common, which is they took away more of the human aspect of the vampire and made them more like animals or monsters versus, and I don't want to say this for sure because to some extent they do have agency, right? But they definitely had way more of like an animalistic vibe versus this like conscious human aspect, which a lot of people do with vampires. I like the monstery aspect. Yeah, 30 Days a Night is probably my favorite vampire movie. And even then, again, you can kind of just say monster movie. They're not. There's only a few things that really make them vampires. Otherwise, they're just monsters, right? Interview with the Vampire. I mean, it's a good movie, but I don't really care. Like, it's a good movie outside of the fact that they're vampires. The vampire aspect is, as far as I'm concerned, it deals with a little bit of the like philosophical ideas of having to live forever and what that would look like and the depression and stuff that would come along with that. I think that's kind of cool. But even that, Maybe the Vampire was fucking some of Rice's like most tame work. I mean, Anne Rice prior to the popularity of that, had written a ton of just dirty fetish, BDSM, crazy ass, like fetish art, like writing, you know. And Enter the Vampire is pretty tame. Shaun of the Dead is zombies. Like, I've had enough of a close experience with this where you create something that, you know, you like enough. It's not necessarily your favorite piece of work, but you create something that you like, and it takes off really well, but it was kind of an anomaly in your like portfolio of work that you've created in, you know, in your professional life. And it does really well. Sells really well, you make good money from it, and then it's kind of like the thing you might be known for, right? And then, but really it was kind of an anomaly, right? And I'd imagine that's got to be what it feels like to be someone like Anne Rice, who the majority of her catalog, particularly before, I'm not super familiar with a lot of the stuff after Interview with the Vampire, but a ton of her work prior, if not all of it, was very, very, very naughty. And then to get like super blown up and super well known for like your tamest work just because it happened to hit the bestseller list doesn't necessarily mean it was your favorite piece. That's got to be a really weird experience, you know? It reminds me of Papa from Ghost. I could see that. Yeah, for sure. It's Art the Clown from the Terrifier franchise. Childlike Productions. Oh, thank you for the follow. Like, again, I'll point this out. Like, James Cameron, he had a lot of hits under his belt, right? A ton of hits under his belt. Aliens, Terminator 2, right? Those were huge motion picture hits, right? Motherfucker does Titanic. And Titanic, for at least a grip, was like one of the most profitable films of all time. I think it beat out Alien, or not Alien, sorry, E.T., which is Steven Spielberg. It did. Titanic, when it came out, was a big ass movie. Then he does Avatar, which again is just like appealing to the masses kind of film. And it's like, those are what he's known for. You say James Cameron to someone, most people aren't going to say Terminator 2. Most people aren't going to say Aliens. Most people are going to say Titanic or Avatar. That's just a sad, sad state of affairs. Yeah, Titanic had him set for life. I kind of do customs. I just generally have rules about customs. My thing is this: I'll do pretty much anything, but most of my fees are very, very expensive. And if they're not expensive, it's because I have been given unlimited time to finish the product and I have creative freedom over it, meaning I don't have to send out like photos. I don't like basically the person purchasing it just wants me to do my own thing. They only kind of give me a general direction. I will charge very, very little for those. If there's no rush and I have full creative freedom, I am a deal. I am a sweet, sweet deal. If there's something very, very specific you want in a certain amount of time, it is going to be wildly, wildly expensive. I cannot express that enough. If I have to deal with like revisions and making things better and all that, you're going to be paying for literally all of that. So I had someone reach out and was like, how much would like a custom chest burster be, like to sculpt and mold and produce for this person? And I literally said, I was like, well, if you send me like one picture and I have full creative freedom and I can take as long as I want to create it, it's going to be like $2,000. Bear in mind, they're selling right now for $1,200, right? Then I said, but if you need it in a certain amount of time and you're really picky about what it's going to look like, it's going to be $10,000. Like, that's the level of jump that I give for having to deal with pickiness and deadlines. 2,000 to 10,000. Yeah, but some people really have like a final desire, and I get it. But if I'm gonna have to work with someone and be dealing with harsh deadlines and needing something to look exactly a certain way, yeah, I've done enough of that to know that you're gonna be paying out the butt for that kind of thing. There are some circumstances where I would even do work for free if it aligned enough with my own interests. You know, if it was something I was going to do anyways, if not free, might as well be free, like super low prices, maybe just the material cost. But most people don't want that. Most people have a very specific idea in mind. But I've done enough work where I'm on tight deadline, like ton of work of I'm on tight deadlines and shit like that, and it has to look a specific way. Yeah, it's going to be very, very expensive. Okay, TikTok, here's the dealio, okay? My phone's about to die, so I have to end the TikTok stream, but I'm going to keep going over on YouTube, Twitch, and Kick, okay? So if you want to catch the rest of the stream, you're going to have to jump over there, creatively_cursed. If you visit my bio on TikTok, you'll find all the links you need to keep up on the stream, but the phone's going to end it one way or the other, so I figure I'll just give you a fair warning. You'll be over on Twitch. Awesome. Cool. I'll see you there. Thanks for hanging out, TikTok. I'll be back tomorrow. All right, guys. YouTube, TikTok, Kick. We're all alone. It's just us, guys. And on that note, I'm going to run away real quick. I want you guys to show some love to Steve. Okay? He hasn't been seen in a while, but he misses you guys, and he is here keeping me on my toes. Just say some nice things to Steve. I'll be back in a minute, okay? All right, but bam, I'm back. Where the hell are my headphones? There they are. Damn. And now I'm here. Nice. What's going on? Did you get the... Did you get your nails done, Steve? This is Sarah from TikTok. Hey, how's it going? Just waiting for the eyes to pop open and jump scare. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Don't worry there. Steve did not get his nails done recently. Okay. Thanks for talking to Steve, though. He always needs some love. You're not always seeing Steve, but Steve is always in the background. Steve is my judgment goblin. For those of you who haven't met Steve, he's always on my desk and judging me, making sure I'm moving forward on my projects. If you guys ever want to see Steve, just let me know and I'll grab him. Yeah. We love you, Steve. Yeah, Steve's a quality goblin, okay? Steve's my homie. His brother, who we named, I don't remember his name. He's at my house, so. Yeah, doing it this way always makes it look like I'm making like a robot or something. It's not a robot. Bam. So I'm really hoping I could probably start releasing the Krampus videos like this next week. Probably. I want to say I have like 8 of them done. So I could probably release it on not TikTok, on Etsy, so the Krampus can officially make his debut. But we'll see. Generally, I like the idea of waiting to make sure that all the videos are done. That's what I did with the chest burster. And I lost my other tool. There it is. Okay, cool. And don't think we haven't forgotten about the Armsy project, okay? Just got sidetracked. It'll be 2 years before that thing's done. Not another 2 years in total. I have a feeling that's how long it's going to take to finish that freaking project. Never again are we taking on a project like that. Not doing it. I learned a lot from it. I'm happy. I'm happy that we did it. I am not happy about how long it has taken. Do. Okay, Steve, I don't want to knock you over again, so you have to move a little bit, homie. And go get your wine. What are you waiting for? Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, it's Art the Clown from the Terrifier movie franchise on a life cast of a buddy of mine who's visiting for the summer. So, but yeah, it does kind of follow those like I don't want to say generic, but those like classic, demon or bad guy faces. So you got like the pointy nose, the furrowed brow, the pointy chin, big cheekbones, classic villain archetype designs. It was a Furby. Pretty sure it was a Furby. Was it not a Furby? Done 2 Furby. What's wrong with 3 Furbies? Okay. You think it was a nun? Oh, a creepy nun or just a normal nun? Oh, a sexy nun. I bet you were going to draw a sexy nun, weren't you? What about a creepy sexy nun? Best of both worlds. Fair enough. I would be the opposite. I will only draw non-sexy things if someone was paying me. Yeah. Down, 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 down. I should have grabbed a better board to sculpt this on. This one has like a bunch of fiberglass chunks like embedded in the wood. Bum. All right, we might have to fill in some of this here. Bam, 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 bam. bow, bow. Okay, put that there.
Let's use. Let's use this one. Yeah. Ah. It's crazy how much this clay just like gets embedded into your fingers. No fun. No fun. It is a sensory nightmare. But luckily my fingernails are short at least. It's just getting stuck into my fingerprint. Your nails are short too. That's not bad. It's not a bad thing. Any advice on how to get started with sculpting? Yeah, I went over this a little bit the other day. Obviously, there's like the first step, which is to get yourself some clay and some sculpting tools, even if they're like super cheapy. Hell, you could use popsicle sticks. But I always say that if you want to get good at sculpting and you want to see results quickly, I have a real simple technique that I think it's frustrating. It's tedious, but I think you'll see results really quickly. This is like my lose fat quick kind of example of how to getting into sculpting. But generally, my suggestion is like once a day or as many times a week as you can. Go use your phone or camera and take some pictures of someone's ear that you know. Someone's ear, literally their ear. Take like 3, 4, 5 different pictures of their ear from different angles. Ideally, you'd print them out so you had physical reference pictures. And then basically time yourself. Start with like 15 minutes. So for once a day, for an hour a day, you're going to sculpt an ear. Start to finish in 15 minutes. Doesn't matter how far you get. Does not matter how far you get. But you stop at 15 minutes, you smash it, destroy it, start again. And you're going to, so if you're doing 15-minute sections, that's 4 times an hour. And you're literally just going to sculpt an ear. Ears are one of the hardest shapes to sculpt. In my opinion, and I've heard other people say something similar, lips and mouths, anatomical features in general are pretty tricky. It doesn't have to be an ear. It could be a nose. It could be a mouth or something like just this area or whatever. But I feel like an ear is pretty easy to understand what is an ear and what isn't an ear. So you could look up pictures online of people's ears, sure, but the chances of you finding multiple angles of the same ear is going to be pretty tricky. You find a lot of illustrations. Either your ear or a friend's ear, a family member's ear, left or right, doesn't matter. Just take like 4 or 5 pictures from different angles, one behind, one on top looking down, and basically try and sculpt an ear as fast as you can in 15 minutes. Take it as far as you can, smash it, start over. Do that once a week for an hour. You'd be surprised in like a week how good you are at sculpting an ear. I know that sounds dumb, and the ear is only one aspect of something. But you can complicate things by taking pictures of another person's ear and doing that. And like once you get really, really good at sculpting ears from reference pictures, step it up. Do a nose, do a mouth. You know, if you start changing things up, I think, and you were dedicated for like it didn't even have to be an hour. It could be a half an hour. Do it twice at 15 minutes. Then start kicking it up to 10 minutes. Like go as far as you can with 10 minutes, you know, to pick different body parts, but get lots of really good pictures. Take your own pictures. And it's like anything else. It's like any other muscle or workout routine. It's getting the reps in and being able to analyze from a photograph what you want to accomplish, being able to see what the problems are and fix them. Sculpting is all about using light and shadow to achieve an effect, just like makeup. See where the shadows fall, see where the highlights are. I think, honestly, even just doing it for literally a week, if you could do it 1 hour a week, and it sounds stupid, but I think you'd be surprised how good you are at sculpting an ear in a week. There's other techniques about detailing that will take some time, but if you apply that same idea to detailing and doing skin texture and things like that, same thing applies. You know, the hard part is really just getting that repetition down, right? And the hard part is going from seeing what you want to create in a picture and successfully actually creating it. You know, this area sticks out too much. That area is too in. And another thing that this will help with is not getting attached to your work, being able to destroy it and starting over very quickly. That's the whole idea. And that's my suggestion. There's tons of YouTube videos and techniques, but you have to train your eyes first to see where the problems are. If you can't do that, that you're going to be fighting against that problem for forever. You have to be able to see where the issue is. If you can't see where the issue is, you can't fix the issue. Like this ear doesn't look right. This area doesn't look right. If you can't understand why it doesn't look right, you're not going to ever be able to do anything. Ears are boring. Hands, a lot of people say hands are great to start sculpting with. I think hands are more of an intermediate. Hands are tricky. Even for illustrators, hands are really tricky. But if you did something simple and it's not simple, but something simpler like an ear, I think you'd get really good. that is my suggestion. It's always going to be my suggestion. It may literally make whatever life as an artist you have going forward a million times easier. If you can turn something from two-dimensional reference into a three-dimensional sculpture, it's going to save you a lot. Hugs, what's going on? How things been? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. You're welcome. This also comes from the fact that I've probably sculpted hundreds of years in my art career, and there's a lot of variances out there for ears, and the general idea of them is simple and subtle complexities. And I feel like if you did that, it would work really well for you. It's all about getting the reps in, especially at the beginning. I think like art and creativity has like this interesting scale of success where you start off and like, you know, you're like here, right? And very quickly you'll if you dedicate, you'll go bam, you'll go up, you know, you'll go up pretty high pretty quick. But then you'll plateau for a long time, and then randomly you'll have a eureka moment where you just kind of understand something a little bit better, and then you'll have another little peak. But it's all about practice. What is it? Practice makes perfect, but really the thing should be perfect practice makes perfect, right? Like really analyzing what it is you're doing, not just doing it. Hands are definitely intermediate. The creases, yeah, bumps, detailing, exactly, for sure. The 80-20 rule, yeah. You just gotta practice. And I feel like if you practice is like amorphous thing. It's like, well, what does practice really mean? And I think one of the biggest problems I see with beginning artists is they spend too long on something that isn't worth the time they spend on. I take a long time on my art, but by the time I'm done, I'm very happy with it. There's plenty of people that spend a long time working on something like an ear, an hour or two, and it looks like garbage, like it's terrible, right? But I think in my mind, if I only spend 15 minutes on something, I'm not really that invested in it, right? The destruction of it in the beginning of a new one cost me nothing. It was only 15 minutes, right? And you might actually get better than, like, if you did like 3 weeks on the same ear, doing it an hour every day like that, you might get really freaking good, you know, like out of this world. You might be only really good at sculpting ears, but you'd be surprised, I think. There's plenty of YouTube videos, like I said, and online courses and things like that can kind of go over it. But I feel the one thing they lack, not all of them, maybe some of them talk about this, but one thing they lack is you have to have the eyes to see the issue. If you don't have that, you're not going to get anywhere. You have to be able to see the issue. And that doesn't matter if you're sculpting like in clay or using ZBrush or something like that. You have to be able to see where the problem is. And that, unfortunately, from my experience at least, is only gotten through repetition. I have a model I'm currently working on that has an alien-like abs. Got all the way down at the torso and restarted the torso just because it didn't look right. I know the feeling. Yeah, I did research and it'll be easier the second. That's right. Every time you do something, it's a little bit easier. Do I think it's important for sculptors to know how to draw? No. I am not the best illustrator. Well, okay, I should say that. If you go to someone who illustrates, does drawing a lot, that person is going to be able to quickly sketch an idea and convey it with more depth and accuracy and perspective than someone like me. They're going to be able to do that very quickly in a sketch, right? I actually am not the worst illustrator, but it takes me a lot longer to do it than it would, say, someone who only focused on illustration. I draw often in little sketches, little doodles, to convey my idea to my employees and other artists that I need them to accomplish something. But we're talking like they look like scribblings. I draw the equivalent of how doctors sign their name on prescriptions, right? Like it's technically their signature, but you can't really discern it. It's technically a drawing, but it's not really that good. But I have been able to always two-dimensionally convey my ideas to another artist. So I'm good enough. I don't enjoy drawing. It's not very satisfactory to me. This is not bombarding. If anything, I'm bombarding you with information. Your questions are not bombarding. I don't think you need to be able to draw. I think, is it helpful? Yes, it is helpful. But as easy as it is to go get a notebook and start illustrating, it is just as easy to go pick up some cheap clay and start sculpting. It is just as easy. But you just can't, for me, my perspective, especially if you're starting out, just don't expect a lot. Do not expect you're going to be good. You know, it might take you forever to be good. Some people pick it up really quickly. Other people, it takes a really long time, to really get into it. And I think the biggest thing that a lot of people who start this is the same true with exercise and like weight loss. People expect that they're just going to like go to the gym for 3 weeks, dedicated, and see these huge changes. And they won't. You got to keep at it. You'll see some changes. You might see your pants might be fitting a little bit looser and things like that. But it takes time and it takes dedication. It takes reps, and you just got to keep going at it. You know, it's like, I think it's kind of crazy. I forget the number, but there was this report I feel like that was done where it's like, if you could spend, I think it was only 30 minutes a day learning a new skill, trade, or something like that, that in something like a year or two, you'd be like a professional at that thing. You know, it's kind of crazy to think about. But that's what I always tell people. It's just get the reps in and do not worry, especially at the beginning. You know, if by some chance you did what I was suggesting with the ear, and 2 months in you were still just making something you were never happy with, there might be some other aspects maybe you should consider for learning, right? But I would be surprised if even in a week, hell, I think that if you did it for an hour, that's 4 ears that you sculpted, right? Technically, good or bad. I think you'd be surprised how good the 4th ear is compared to the 1st ear. I went to college for 3D modeling, and it feels as though I've learned a lot more with practice after school alongside. Yeah, I feel like 3D modeling is a good example where like learning those base skills of how programs work and just the different, like almost like the tools is really what school for that kind of thing is for. And then really it's just the repetition and getting the reps in that actually gets you good at the thing, right? Like any kind of schooling generally is just like, this is kind of how it's done, and these are the tools you use, and this is kind of like the workflow, but you still got to get all your practice in yourself, you know? You know, I say an hour a day, like that's nothing, but it takes dedication. There's only certain things we can do like passively for hours on end where it's nothing, you know, like watching TV, playing video games, something like that. That don't seem to be as taxing as illustrating, sculpting, learning a new language. You know, I think that's probably true too. If you spent an hour a day, like, you know, just trying to learn a new language, even not even doing it the best way possible, you probably would go pretty quickly. Yeah, I'd bet in a month you could probably get by in a language, the average person, you know. Us humans, we're really weird about shit. We'll sit and binge watch a whole fucking show on Netflix for hours on end and feel kind of satisfied, like a little bit in some way, you know. You're entertained, but as soon as it involves like thinking or really discipline, we shy away from it, and it's a very strange feeling. Illustrating is a pain in the butt. Yeah. Used that half hour a day to learn French for the past years. Didn't seem to learn it, but wanted something new. Didn't need to learn it. Did you learn it? I'm curious. Did you successfully learn it? Hey, funny guy, what's going on? Ria, someone who speaks 3 of them, it is easy once you do it every day. That's a good point. And you know what's interesting, from my understanding too, is that once you learn one language, it's actually like a little bit easier, a little bit, not a lot, a little bit easier to learn another language because you've kind of like opened up the pathways in your brain. So when you asked earlier, like illustration, is it like important to do that sculpting? No, but if you've learned illustration, you're fairly good at it. You've probably opened up some pathways that allow you to learn other trades or other skills that are associated or otherwise indirectly related to illustration. I'm at B2 proficient. I don't know what B2 proficiency means. I'm a decent combo with people, but can't get into deep. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've never learned another language. Never been one of my fortes. Never had that. I never had that dedication or that desire to put energy into that type of dedication. You know. But there's always this point where I will say, like, even if you get a couple months in, and I don't care if it's language or sculpting or like guitar playing, like eventually you have to start kind of tweaking and challenging yourself more. You know, you can't, if you kept working on the same ear, you know, a year in, you're going to be able to sculpt that one ear really better than probably anyone else on the planet. But you're not going to be able to sculpt anything else. You have to keep challenging how you train, you know? Like if you did the ear thing for like a week, then your mouth thing for a week, the nose thing for a week, and then you did like a head thing, like not even really with eyes, just like the general shape of a head for like a week. In a month, you could sculpt the whole head, you know? I've heard that, watching a movie in that language. So you already have watched it without, yeah, exactly. I've heard that. Sometimes close to your suggestion with the ear, yeah, and then be shocked how much you will understand the next movie. Yeah, that's a good point. Tip is from a 90-year-old professor. I've heard stuff like that. A buddy of mine was studying, not anymore, but it was considering he was taking classes studying to be a polyglot, which is I think someone who speaks, is it 3 or 4, or is it 4 languages or more fluently? And they talked about that idea where you watch a movie, especially a movie you know really well, you know, in a different language. Yeah. I think that's really cool. I feel like too, once you kind of have like, at least when it comes to like European languages, once you kind of have this like breakdown, you can start to, I don't even speak other languages, but I can already start to see similarities between words, concepts, and ideas in other languages, you know? 3 is trilingual, okay. Yeah, I feel if you have the dedication to do that, then, you know, just sit down and start sculpting. Don't like, again, don't think you're going to be happy with what you create ever, even after you've become fairly good. just sit down, do it, just work on it, and you'll get there. It's almost unavoidable, I feel. Once you kind of have some familiarity and you're ready to invest in some learning tools, I got a buttload of those, but I feel like they're pretty they're not within themselves expensive, but for someone who's just getting started, like, you don't need them. But there are some like really good books and videos and stuff for people that that have already kind of gotten the basics down, you know? Is this for work or enjoyment or just practice? This is for a buddy of mine is out visiting for the summer, and they'd never had a life cast, so we did a life cast, And then I was like, oh, I'm going to sculpt Art the Clown from the Terrifier movies. They're a big fan of the Terrifier franchise. I have some pictures out. Oh, God. This guy. Creepy clown dude. And so we're going to cast it either in gelatin or silicone or something like that. Most languages are pretty similar to connect. Never realized how crazy English language was to learn French. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of my understanding about languages. Like I said, particularly I feel like European languages. I feel like as soon as you get into more Eastern languages, you know, Japanese, Chinese, and all the different dialects therein, I feel like it's another break. It's a break from maybe some of the concepts that you would otherwise learn from said European languages. But as someone who doesn't speak other languages, I can't obviously say for certain. Hey, thanks, River Willow. Link is down in the description. One of us, that's true. You guys, if you haven't, go join the Discord, okay? You can post your work, and then as soon as you've been in there for a while posting stuff and whatnot, you can end up getting into the trusted status, and you can actually join me in voice chat during stream. So you should go join the Discord. You can post your work, check out other people's work, ask questions. I haven't updated in a while, but there's a channel for like tutorial videos and like behind the scenes stuff that I always found interesting. You're welcome to post there too. Tips on how to not get messy with clay. Every time I do, it's everywhere. It's funny you mentioned I was just picking up chunks of clay. No, there's no trick to it. It sucks. That, you guys see that? That's my giant clay mess right there. Okay. Just be vigilant as you go. Thank you for joining. I understand. Yeah, exactly. It's just being vigilant. And if you live with people that aren't you, if you have a wife maybe or something like that, don't leave little clay chunks around. Just do your best to pick them up and clean them up, because oil-based clay, that shit don't come out of nothing. So just be careful. Have a messy room. Have a spot where you can be a little messy. Unfortunately, there's no way around it. It's a great question. I wish I had an awesome answer. I probably every couple of months will go through and clean all my tools with alcohol. I use oil-based clay, so like isopropyl alcohol is always what I use to clean them. But like, this is one of my favorite tools right here, and you'll literally see like, I've used this so much over the past few months. I haven't done a good cleaning, and you'll just see like there's literally all different types of clay like built up inside the little pieces of the little parts of the tool. No way around it. Wish I had something good. I've met really clean artists, and they still, what they'll have is like right here, they'll have like a little spot where they just push each little piece of clay and they just stick it there, and they just stick it there, and they just stick it there, which is great. But eventually there's still going to be a little piece that like flies off that they didn't see, and it gets dug into the carpet and you're just fucked. A good steam clean does work though, in all fairness. I have had success with that. So, all right, guys. So we smoothed this out. Looking good. Let's go ahead and do the lips now. So we put our pieces here to cover the eyes. So let's cover the lips. Yeah, that's a good question. Just be careful, you know. Clay is messy. A lot of art is messy. You know what the messiest, the messiest, like, I don't want to say art, but like style of art is motherfuckers. They're sociopaths. Anyone who is a charcoal artist, the amount of dirtiness being a charcoal artist, I'm fairly convinced you have to be a sociopath because of how dirty that shit is, and how even the art that you create, no matter how cool it is, somehow outweighs the mess you just created doing it. It freaks me out. if you guys have never messed around with charcoal, you should do so because you will understand exactly what the hell I'm talking about. Of course, yeah. And look, you're a fucking sociopath. I'm sticking to it, okay? Charcoal is so fucking messy. Yeah, you can use a mat. So I built these tables that I'm working on right now, and the top of them are made out of something called Delrin. Most classically, Delrin is known for being the material that white cutting boards. Have you ever seen those plastic or use those like plastic cutting boards in the kitchen? That's Delrin. So like nothing sticks to Delrin. It can stain, but can still be cleaned. But Delrin, like I could make a mold with fiberglass on this table and I could scrape off all of the resin, no problem, right? Cutting boards, obviously, so you can cut on it. It'll leave marks behind, but you could always sand or buff them out if you really wanted to. But I have seen people use those like green plastic cutting boards and stuff like that. Looks like Art the Clown with a helmet on his head. Exactly, that's what it is. Why'd you fill in the eyes? So the eyes and the mouth, they're not part of it, right? We don't care about the eyes. The sculpt is the sculpt. We're basically covering everything that's not the sculpt. We're leaving a very fine line between the sculpt and the edge. And that will create our cutting edge. So remember, everything that is clay, it's kind of hard to explain, but everything that is clay right now, after the mold is done and we pour material inside the mold, everything that you see that is clay will then be made out of the material we pour into it because it's filling the negative space, right? So anywhere like these outside areas and inside, these are overfill areas. So imagine a mold that has this face in it and you pour a bunch of goo in there and then you take the life cast and you squish it in. That goo the extra goo has to have somewhere to go. It can go into the eyes and go into here, and the contact where the mold makes with the life cast are these very, very fine lines. And what that does is it creates a cutting edge, meaning that when you pull it out, the silicone version will look just like this, but I could take these eyes and I could pull them out and it will leave a very fine feathered edge right where I want it to be. That's why. Oh, it looks awesome. Thank you very much. But why are they square? Wait, why are what square? Oh, okay, yeah. That is, so just a heads up. If you guys want to share links, definitely do it in the Discord. I normally don't click on them, but just a heads up on that. Those are for people that are doing usually cloth or clothing measurements and cuts and stuff like that. You can buy those pretty cheap at like Walmart, Amazon stuff. They're good. They're good to use. They're just measuring. No, it's okay. I'm not bitching too much. But those are used for clothing usually. So if you have to measure out a piece of clothing or they're also cutting, they're not boards, they're like cutting mats. I know a ton of people that use them. It's a great way to protect whatever surface you're working on. I'm not saying don't use them. I'm just saying I use this Delrin plastic. It's not cheap. This stuff is like 3/8 of an inch thick. But and I built this table, so like nothing will stick to it. It's super steady. So yeah, it's not, I'm not saying one way or the other. Use whatever you want to use. I think it's probably more important that you put the table that you're working on somewhere where if clay gets on the ground, it won't be the end of the world. Oh, so they're going to be a negative. Got it. Yeah, exactly. Everything is going to be a negative. Yeah, anything that is clay that you are looking at, we're sculpting on a plaster life cast, right? We're putting clay onto plaster. Anything that is clay will be a negative space, and it'll be filled with the material, right? Be it silicone, gelatin, latex foam, whatever the case may be. Reese, what's going on? That's not a personal question at all. I was actually kind of hoping it was going to be a personal question. I was like, oh, damn, personal questions. I love personal questions. But no, I did, but I learned a lot of this from my pops was a independent filmmaker and an artist. My mother was an artist, so I learned a lot of this stuff from them. I did end up going to school for special effects for a little while. I got my degree, which really doesn't matter to me, and it shouldn't matter to you. It's all about your portfolio, not about a degree. And really, that really just gave me the confidence. I didn't learn as much as you might think because I had already had a great experience learning a lot of this stuff from my family. But it gave me the confidence to think that I was, frankly, that I was worth something. And that allowed me to make connections with people and start pursuing things. 12 years later, here I am. So, toilet paper over under the roll. Wait, toilet paper over or under the roll? It's over, right? It's over. Yeah. So you toilet paper, you pull here, it turns. It's over. Yeah. And I explain, how are you not turned into stone? Well, this is oil-based clay, first of all, non-toxic, and my beard already has like 3 different types of oils and chemicals and stuff inside of it. So there you go. I'm not worried about it. Plus, I shower literally every day. My beard gets treated better than any other part of my body, so it's doing good. Plus, it's like people are putting wax and stuff inside their beards. Like, what do you think oil-based clay is made out of? Hell, I sculpt for a while, rub my mustache enough, and all of a sudden I can actually form it into what I want it to be. I can shape it any way I want. Yeah, oil-based clay is not like clay that you're used to from like school. It's not water-based. This will never dry out, or at least it will take so long to dry out that you might as well say it'll never dry out. I've had sculptures that I stopped working on and then started working on 2 years later, and it was fine. And destroy it with clay. Yeah, it's not yeah. If it was water-based clay, yeah, no. I hate water-based clay. That's how I started sculpting way back in the day, was with water-based clay. And it destroys your hands even. It makes your hands really dry, and it'll crack your hands and all that. No, it's no fun. Options here really well, any clay is probably good. I would shot for beginning, because if you don't have access to like a kiln, then water-based clay is kind of not really, there's no real point in that. You're gonna want to look for, if you have a Michaels or a Hobby Lobby or something, I don't know where you're at, but anywhere where you can buy like even cheap crappy polymer clay. I don't know what it's going to be called. It depends on the brand. A really popular brand is called Sculpey or Super Sculpey. Those types of clay are really cool because even though you can do all the practice I was just talking about with them, you can use those pretty much, and then like for anything, and then you can just throw them in a oven and cook them and you're done. No mold making, nothing like that. But like River Willow just mentioned, if you want to do oil-based clay, what I'm working with, where you have to make molds, you can't cook it, you can't really do anything with it unless you are going to make a mold. You can sculpt with it, but that's just it. You're done. Like, you can sculpt, that's it. You can use Chavant, is a really popular brand. It's been around for like fucking 100 years. You can get it pretty much anywhere. We have DAS here. I don't know what DAS is. That an art store, a supply store? If it's an art supply store, almost certainly they're going to have some type of polymer clay. You go to the sculpting section. It can be sold in tiny little blocks like this, different colors. I mean, technically, I'm not even joking when I say this. It's going to sound crazy, but to practice sculpting and you want to go the cheapest route, you could use motherfucking Play-Doh. Like, really anything. You could use wax, candle wax. I sculpted these teeth right here for this project, literally basically out of candle wax. Okay. So keep that in mind. Like, everything about this particular project was to show how you could get away with stuff really cheap. And essentially these teeth were sculpted out of wax. They're not super like indestructible by any means. Like, you could damage them fairly easy, but for a quick photo, So hay clay, but that's an air dry clay. I don't know much about the air. There's different types of like air dry clays too that I'm not super familiar with. Like you can literally take a candle and warm it up and start sculpting with wax. It takes a little bit more to understand how to work with, but you could absolutely do it. Wood, technically, carve, you know. There's tons of stuff you can sculpt with. Epoxy putty, you can buy that shit at like Home Depot, hardware stores, you know. It just air dry, and it's just done when it dries. It's just done. You don't have to cook it or anything like that. You can paint it and you're done. It's got to be brittle as fuck, right? Or like really hard to work with. Yeah, that's true. It's sticky. Yeah, so you can get around the stickiness with stuff like alcohol, isopropyl alcohol, which you can find in most drugstores, whether it's 50%, 40%, whatever the case may be. 99% is what I use. Alcohol really helps it. And it does so it doesn't stick to your hands. Peels your skin off. Yeah, it can be. Wear gloves. Air dry clay is a tendency. I was going to say, yeah, all right, because air drying clay will shrink. Yep. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whether it was back in the Midwest when I lived in Michigan or whatever, if you go to a Michael's or a Hobby Lobby, you can almost always find the cheap polymer clays, which is like a really great way to get started, you know? And you can do some cool stuff with them. Like I said, this whole project for me was a way to show, you know, kind of the cheap way of doing things. Like we're probably going to cast the appliance in gelatin, which I'm hoping that Walmart hasn't changed what they carry too much, because back in the day you could go pick up a pack of gelatin and make gelatin. Like I could probably literally go buy a box of Jello and make an appliance out of it. You just don't add as much water, right? Alcohol acts as basically like alcohol has a depending on what percent alcohol you buy, has a really high evaporation or flash point. So basically meaning like, for example, 99% alcohol will evaporate very quickly, but it acts as essentially like a lubricant. But because it evaporates so quickly, you don't have to worry about it for too long. Theoretically, some epoxy putties and sculpting materials you can use water with, but alcohol breaks the surface tension. It acts as kind of a what's called like a surfactant or surfactant, where water will, like, if I were to pour water on this, it would dribble off. I can actually give you an example of this. So like water on oil, as you can imagine. So this is like water. I'm going to pour a very, very, very small amount of water on this. You'll see what I'm talking about. It like ran right off, right? A little bit of it beat it up, right? Okay. So same idea. And it doesn't hurt the clay. Water doesn't hurt the clay. But if I were to take alcohol, do the same thing. Check this out. See how it's spread out? Look how it's spread out, right? It's the same idea, okay? So alcohol reacts differently with like oil-based things, which a lot of epoxy is not oil-based. It's kind of its own thing, but alcohol kind of treats it the same, reacts the same way, where water doesn't, right? This is 99%, so even if it didn't run completely off, just by blowing some air on it, I just made it evaporate, right? So you don't have to really worry about it. If you guys have watched long enough, you'll see me go through so much alcohol. I use a ton of isopropyl alcohol all the time. It's just rubbing alcohol you can get literally anywhere. Walmart, fucking grocery stores, pharmacies, you know. You probably can't find 99%, but you'll be able to get like, I think Rite Aid carries up to 90%. Go to Walmart, you're probably gonna be able to find like 40%, but it just means it'll take a little bit longer to evaporate. Bam, there you go. The more you know. Yeah, alcohol will actually eat away. You can use it to like to smooth things and stuff when it comes to even polymer clays, not just oil-based clays. And the only real difference between polymer clays and oil-based clays are just the just how they react, and the fact that you can fire in an oven at like 250 degrees, so low temp. You can fire polymer clays, and it will cure it, and you can paint it, and it's a finished product. So Sculpey, Super Sculpey, these are really popular clays. If you have access to a kiln, you know, obviously you can do more like ceramic clays, but you still got to be careful doing too thick of sculptures because they can crack when they're drying before the firing process, or they can even explode inside the kiln if you haven't added enough, what's it called? Grog, I think is what it's called. It's like little chunks of cured or fired ceramic into the clay. Allows a lot more air to travel through, allows it to not crack as much, it doesn't shrink as much, but generally doesn't have as fine of a finish. Air clay try even more due to the drying. You're right, actually. So I've used alcohol to facilitate things that you would use water with to make it dry faster. Yes, it will absolutely do it. It increases the drying, and generally, when you increase the drying time of something, if you can't do it evenly, it will definitely crack because it's drying at different temps, right? Or not temps, sorry, at different time periods. The outer part's drying faster than the inner part, and vice versa. I don't suggest it. Not until you've messed around or you have disposable income to start messing around with the chemicals, right? I love learning new shit and going down the rabbit hole on a ton of different things. So the chemistry aspect of special effects and art to me is honestly just ridiculously fascinating. I've learned a lot from my buddy Kyle, who does oil painting. I've learned so much about like how oil painting works, how the oil paint itself works, and that shit, even if I never oil paint, it's still just really fascinating to learn. And for me, it always just starts with why. It's always like, why does this thing work that way? Or why does this do that? Like I said, so I'm going to finish this part, maybe do the nose, and then I'll bounce off a stream. This is going to be a little while, probably still like another 30 minutes, I'd guess, or depending on how much I talk. But tomorrow we're going to be molding this. I'm going to do it on stream. I'm going to get everything ready before stream. We're going to do it in here, even though it's technically a messy process. I still think it would be kind of cool to show you guys how to do plaster, because normally I'm doing fiberglass when we do mold making or silicone when we do mold making. I don't think you guys have ever seen me do plaster on stream. But UltraCal 30 is a really great plaster or stone to use, and it's pretty cheap, and it's still considered an industry standard for mold making. So the only reason I do so much fiberglass work that you guys have seen when I do stream that stuff is because I prefer fiberglass molds. They're lighter, they're smaller, and then anyone who has made a lot of molds in their life will tell you that, much like people who collect things like books, if you ever have to move or relocate, moving a ton of UltraCal molds fucking sucks ass, where moving fiberglass molds are way nicer. Points of light and illustrations are your spot. Points of light, really interesting. I can teach you how to turn a 2D circle into a 3D ball, but that's all. Gotcha. I can teach you lighting. Hey, lighting is, it's funny you mentioned, like I said, illustration, sculpting, makeup. My teacher said it the best when I was in college, and I think it's really true. Most art is this concept, whether it's two-dimensional or three-dimensional. It's called the term is using light to create an effect, light and shadow to create an effect. Everything is light and shadow. Even what we see in the world, what we experience, is just a combination of highlights and lowlights and midtones. It's how people create really convincing, relief sculptures that look like they're so much deeper than they are. Is because you're fucking with light and shadow. That's it. The reason I'm covering is because we don't need it. When you're doing something like this, you can just cover anything you don't need, because it can create air bubbles, it can create locks from molds. The mold won't come apart. And it also helps us create the tear edge. As soon as you guys see the final product, you'll understand what a tear edge is. It's kind of hard to explain. I've tried it a few times. I don't think I'm getting the point across. But the whole idea is just that we leave a small space between the sculpt and our chunk of clay, essentially, where the outer mold will make contact with the life cast, and it will create an edge that we can tear off a chunk, and it will leave a perfectly perforated edge around that we can then blend to the person that's wearing the appliance. In this case, if we do it out of gelatin, we can use something. It's actually one of the coolest parts about gelatin. I'm not the biggest fan of the material for appliance work, but one really cool thing about using gelatin to make the appliance is that you can use a product which, River Willow might know. It's really common in makeup and stuff. It's called witch hazel. You can buy this at like Rite Aid, Walmart, and witch hazel eats away at gelatin. So once you apply this to someone's face and you glue it, you can go take witch hazel and go through, and you can literally melt away the edge so it blends perfectly to the face. So every time I make a drawing, you're fucking... Yeah, absolutely. I'd say probably the only... No, even then, I was going to say the only difference is maybe if you're doing like line art, like think of the classic smiley face circle with the smile and the two eyes. But really, what are those, if you have the classic smiley face, it's a circle and it's got the smile and the two dots, right? Well, what are those two dots? What's the line? It's really shadow. You're saying this is a shadow line. That's a mouth. Here's two dots. There's those shadows for the eyes, It's light and shadow. Without light and shadow, there would be no definition. You would never know what you're looking at. Everything would be flat. Yeah, you are a great teacher. I'm really not. Really not. I have great ideas, but the few times I've tried to teach, I have very little patience. If someone's actually in front of me and I'm trying to teach them, it's a whole different story. Me just pontificating and throwing out ideas and how I think about things, that's one thing. Actually teaching, not me. Okay? What you guys do with my random ramblings, that's on you. Teachers need patience. Just like doctors. Well, there we go. I do my best. I appreciate it. But like, yeah, I guess I say it because so my pops is an art teacher now, and that dude, I tell you, I guest lectured at his school twice now, and the amount of patience that dude has is like, it's crazy. I don't remember that patience quite existing when I was a kid, but but for his students, it's pretty phenomenal. I think I have such admiration for most teachers. Not all of them. There's some shitty ones for sure, but that I feel like even saying that I'm remotely a good teacher is almost like a slap in their face. Yeah. I, when it's not an uncommon idea, a lot of students think that their teachers are assholes. And they could be. I have no idea. I'm sure there's people that think that my pops is an asshole teacher, It's all about perspective, That would be me. I would be an asshole teacher because I hold the expectation of what an individual can be to such a high standard. That I think I would I would almost certainly be an asshole teacher. I really think I would be. Yeah. And I've heard terror stories, about teachers. So, like I said, I'm not saying your teachers weren't assholes. There's a good chance they were. A lot of teachers just end up at a point where they're just there to collect a fucking paycheck, and unfortunately, that makes them pretty bitter. I feel like a lot of people actually who pursue a certain career or path probably start with the best intentions, but the industry they're in, be it in the case of a teacher where they're dealing with teacher unions and superintendents who are limiting them on budgets and stuff like that and whatnot, just hearing the stories that I've heard from my pops, like, it's not hard to see how bitter and how much of a meat grinding machine most industries are. They take the best intentions and just mutate them into something not so best and whatnot. So, your teachers hated you. Hey, could be. I didn't get along with my teachers. I started getting homeschooled when I was in 6th grade. My dad and both my mother and my father both were tired of the teachers telling them that I had ADD. I did, and I do have ADD. But like all my homework would be turned in with like half the questions filled out, but like monsters and creatures being drawn on the like side of the paper. And my pops got sick and tired of going to parent-teacher conferences, hearing that this was like a problem, that like my creativity was an issue essentially. And so he yanked me out of school, and here I am. Can't say I blame him, to be honest. It makes me think of one of my favorite movie quotes of all time that really makes me think, even to this day. Even though I understand the premise, it really makes me ponder. It's probably my top 20 favorite movies of all time. It's a movie called Beautiful Mind. It's not a horror movie at all. It's a if you guys haven't seen. It's Russell Crowe, and it's tells the story of a guy who is pretty famous in economics. It's like a biography kind of movie about him. But anyways, there's this one scene where he's younger and he's not showing up to class. He gets like a full ride scholarship to Harvard or no, Princeton, and he's not showing up to class, and his roommate's giving him a hard time. And he says that the classes will dull your mind and they will destroy the potential for authentic creativity. And that always really stuck with me. You know, if you're always just doing what the classes or the teachers tell you to, the curriculum, and you're never allowed to challenge the curriculum or challenge ideas and think about really truly authentic solutions for things. I'm not just talking about art. He was an economist and he felt that way, you know? I think that's the problem that we likely face with a lot of public education. God knows how many Einsteins, you know, or other really true great thinkers that our education system has probably curbed, and the ideas that we potentially lost. It's kind of sad. What the fuck do I know? I'm not a teacher. Bam, bam. I know you guys can't really see what the fuck I'm doing. Sorry about that. Okay, that being a little bit thicker than we need it to be. It's kind of a little bit protrusive, or protruding, I guess. We don't need it to be like that. Oh God, I remember the phone call she received from my teacher. Your son's art and his way to alleviate his anxiety and depression is a problem. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Dude, my teachers, I don't say, I can't blame them. Some of the shit I would draw for art class and stuff was some truly disturbing shit. I wouldn't be surprised if some teachers thought I was going to grow up to be like a serial killer. Like, keep hitting the microphone. Sorry, guys. I mean, you got to realize most teachers are already, like I said, they're just beaten down by the system that they're even a part of, you know? It's almost really disgusting as soon as you get even the smallest glimpse kind of inside the restrictions and regulations and rules and bullshit that teachers have to deal with. Like I said, when it comes to like curriculum or budgets and dealing with teachers unions and garbage like that, like you would think, you know, union, right? Like maybe something good would come from that. Nope, not really. Maybe some things, but generally, nah. I was always drawing dark and scary things. Hey, same here. Same here. Yeah, as a parent too, like you take your average parent and you find out your kid's drawing severed heads and weird, mutilated bodies and creepy monsters and stuff like that. I mean, I guess it's maybe a little bit understandable. You might be a little bit nervous, but I suppose there's a fine line. But most parents don't want to spend the time to explain things to their kids. That takes too much work. Takes too much effort. They'd rather just throw you down in front of some type of technology and let that teach you. It is my opinion that most parents are too afraid to have hard conversations. And I'm not talking about the fucking birds and the bees, although that would probably be nice if parents would start having more educated conversations like that with their kids. I'm talking about the hard shit. What's life about? What do you want out of life? How do you find value in yourself? How do you want to find value in yourself? I think at a really young age, we've already proven that, for good or bad, back in the day, not too long ago, there were kids working at the age of like 13 in factories and shit like that. I'm not saying we should necessarily go back to something just like that, but certainly I think that children at a younger age than most people are willing to admit to can probably start handling conversations and ideas that are more difficult and can probably take on more responsibilities than most people in our modern society believe that they should. And I don't understand why that's not being talked about. Instead, we want to say everyone's super delicate, and that hard truths and ideas should be avoided at all costs. What if it is the idea that not everyone's a individual snowflake, What if the hard truths are that your value is only what someone's willing to pay you? Shit like that. Oh God, I'm such a fucking cynic. Get them pressed. Just get them set for that idea of like always expect the least and worst situations. So when shit goes good, you have a better perspective. You'd be like, oh fucking hey, awesome, things went really well. Like the whole idea is like this cliche idea that parents tell their kids. I don't know how true it is anymore. I feel like it was definitely part of my generation that parents were starting to tell their kids they could be anything that they wanted to be, and like you can do whatever you want to do. And there is some truth to that, but they're like missing, like even from a young age, they're missing the most important part of that statement. Is that you can do anything you want to do, you can be anything you want to be if you're willing to put the work in. If you're willing to make the sacrifice, yes, couldn't be truer, and it should be something. But I almost feel like the second part is more important than the first part. Be anything you want to be, like should be like said in a really quiet voice, and then it should be screamed that that it's as long as you're willing to put the work in. And, that it's going to be fucking hard. It's going to be really fucking hard. Yeah, I don't know why I added so much freaking clay to this. I made it way too thick. And it's a little... We're showing too much of the bottom lip right here, so we got to add some right there. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So you can see more of this bottom lip than you can see on the other side. So we're gonna add to that. Just like that. Bam! Go. After the call, says draw whatever you want. Just make sure you get work done. Hey, yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Where is this? That's looking way better. Yeah. That so smooth. Wicked smooth. All right, guys, there you go. So we're going to wrap up stream. I'm not going to work on the nose. I'll probably do that off stream before tomorrow so that we can get right into the mold making. But there it is. Just remember, technically we're only molding just the appliance, right? So that's why we covered everything else up in all of its glory. But yeah, there we go. Art is pretty much ready for molding. We're just going to do the nostrils tomorrow before stream and head right into mold making. So thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Definitely a longer stream than normal today. And tomorrow will probably be another long one just to make sure that we get the mold done in time. So again, if you guys have not gone and joined the Discord, go join the Discord, okay? You hang out there long enough, you post enough, and guess what? You can join me in my live chat. Okay, you get to earn that trusted role in Discord, so you can jump in, ask me questions, wax philosophically, or just give me a hard time. So I really appreciate y'all hanging out again. If you haven't gone and followed me on YouTube, do that. We're trying to make it to 1,000 followers or subscribers. So thank you, Glitch. I appreciate it, and I will talk to y'all later. Peace.